Oh yeah, I bring greetings, my wonderful people of Biafra. As we move, we continue. So anywhere you are watching us from, you are joining us from this wonderful morning, I bring greetings to you. Thank you for coming around. Like I said, this morning, as you see the title, I just brought out this day. I compiled some messages of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and we'll be listening to most of his important or um, interesting preachings or messages. I call it messages here, messages. So you're welcome this morning as you are joining us in this platform. We will continue immediately without wasting much time. Remember, this is not, he is our prime minister, is not live right now delivering these messages, but his message
Everyone.
bad to us, and we are going to be listening to them one after the other. So I am going to kick off immediately without wasting much time. So you are welcome. Stay tuned and let us go. Yes, I can see you, John Wodo. I greet you, Mazi. They will Umu Biafra anywhere you are joining us from, you are watching from. I greet you in the name of Chuku Okike. Just stay tuned and listen to the messages. They are very interesting ones. Let's go.
Thank you, everyone. Um, I welcome all of you this afternoon here. It has been a very good pleasure to see Asia, Middle East, and all of you coming in number. It shows that the expansion as we wanted and wish is happening with speed. Biafra liaison offices in the Middle East and Asia today has proven that we have spread across the world, and that is our target. Our target is to make sure that we take the Biafra awareness all over the world so that after December 2nd, the music, the game, the story will change. I want everybody to understand that just as the enemy, the intruders, the invaders, the killers of our people are not resting, we are also not going to rest. So it is very, very imperative and important that the gospel of Biafra, freedom, is spread across the world. And I'm very, very happy for what the rep, how assiduously the rep, the Asia rep has worked so hard to make this particular progress we are seeing today with his team. Biafrans should understand that the day we announced the date for the declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra, from that day, the enemy will increase the attack against the freedom of Biafra. And of course, it is not something that is very surprising to me and to many people who understand what we're doing. But the fact is that as a government, we have to be very, very strategic. We have to also carry the people of Biafra along by informing them on the step and the plan of the government of Biafra. And that's exactly what we are doing. So we make sure we inform the Biafra people, prepare them to what is to come. Today, we see many of the defunct criminals pressure group. They are trying to distract the movement of the liberation of Biafra. This month is a very significant month in our history and in our freedom. We always remember the fallen heroes and heroines of Biafra every 30th May in every year. And of course, for the past few years, if you all could remember, this defunct political pressure group called IPOB Nigeria at a point even decided to cancel this May 30th Remembrance Day. How many of you remember? They canceled the sit at home that we normally observe every 30th May, and they claim that they are using it for empowerment and seminar. They say they have declared that our Remembrance Day is no longer Remembrance Day, that it is now a seminar day for empowerment. How many of you remember that? That was like last year or last 2 years, right? 2022 or 2023. And because their idea to end Biafra's struggle, to end anything Biafra, didn't work because of your tenacity, because of your support. This year, upon hearing that we have declared 3 days at home from 29th to 31st of May, as we use one stone to kill many birds, to enable our people to vote in the ongoing self-referendum as we go to the last phase of the voting of the first stage of the voting, which is going to end on May 31st. They said that only May 30th will be sit at home. But these are people who actually have decided that they have nothing to do with Biafra, including the Heroes Day. The records are there. We are not distracted. So the ongoing self-referendum is something that we are going to take very, very seriously. For those of you in Asia, Middle East, you have a duty to make sure that your people, your families are involved in making sure that we record success in the voting. We're expecting to have a couple of millions of votes before November convention in Finland. So the new, the phase 2 of this voting, we have re-strategized and have a new way and a new system of voting, which is by card, by telephone, and the online voting. So we have 3 systems of voting. We have the online voting, the physical voting by card, and by telephone. So everybody have the opportunity to vote. And one thing I want to make very clear today is that we no longer need your passport photograph in order to vote. We don't need your passport photograph. All that is needed is your name, date of birth, and your state, and that's it. We don't need, for security reasons, the government decided to adopt this system that we no longer need your passport photograph. So, and we're expecting that Biafrans will use these 3 days sit at home from 29th to 31st to vote massively. Every admin in the homeland de facto government is expected to make sure that they coordinate their state to have the highest, make sure we have the highest turnout of voters on this 3 day, during these 3 days sit at home. And then in Finland, we will look at the result of the voting, count the vote, and declare the restoration of independent state of Biafra, depending on how many numbers of vote that we are going to get. But I want everybody to understand that 4 million voted during the general election in the entire Biafra territory. From the south-south to the southeast, total voters were 4 million. So the total number that boycotted the election on the order of the government of Biafra were over 20 million people. So those 20 million people, from 4 million people to 20 million people, are the Biafrans we are looking for to have their vote counted between now and October 2024. On the issue of self-defense, we will continue to empower the Biafra forces, equip them with the tools and materials they need to defend our land against those who come to kill, against the Nigeria terrorist state, whose job is to come, kill, maim, burn, and displace our people. We will continue to provide adequate materials that the Biafra Liberation Army and Biafra Defense Forces will need to have a very proactive response whenever the cases arises. I want everybody to understand that as we are moving forward closer to December or to November this year, a lot of sabos will be manifesting, because these are people who never believed that Biafra will come. And so they found solace in Biafra liberation. For whatever reason, they use Biafra liberation for career. And now that Biafra is coming, they are scared, worried, and very, very traumatized. What is going to be their fate after Biafra has been restored? And I am promising them today that whatever your problems are that made you to find a career in Biafra struggle, Biafra government will provide adequate opportunity for you to get employed and have reasonable, meaningful job in Biafra nation. So Biafra government is going to make sure there is job. It's going to make sure that we have social amenities. Biafra government will provide security. Biafra government will build schools, hospitals, those things that make people in the West who they are. That's exactly what Biafra government is going to do. And the journey is what we are doing today. The tours of these countries, like we are today, in Middle East and Asia, calling our people to come out, awakening the subconsciousness of our people, is part of the journey. Most of them will come today to tell you, oh, the military are killing Biafrans because of the agitation of Simon Ekpa and Biafra government in exile. And you ask them, what was the reason for the killing of 28 persons in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's house? Was it because of Simon Ekpa, government in exile? Was it because of Simon Ekpa agitation? Was it because of Simon Ekpa, supporting Biafra Liberation Army? The killing have started since 1945, even beyond that. As you heard the audio of one of the patrons of the defunct Ohaneze, he narrated the killings by the Fulanis, by the Nigeria state, of the Igbos and Biafrans and Yorubas and other ethnic groups. He narrated since 1935. Was it Simon Ekpa? Because when the enemies want to use you, they will use you very well. They will tell you to start saying things that never existed. Some people will say, oh, that when Biafra army go and defend our land against the terrorist army, and then they will go and burn the villages and they will disappear. Even without the Biafra Liberation Army, the Nigeria terrorist army has been burning villages in Biafra land. Even before Simon Ekpa joined the Biafra struggle, Nigeria army, terrorist army, has always burned villages, displaced people, killed them, massacred them. I could remember what happened in Odi. Obasanjo leveled the entire village. I was not in Biafra struggle. So the actions, the terrorism of the Nigerian state started as far back as 1935, even before Nigeria independence, while Biafrans scattered all over Nigeria were made to face the judgment, evil judgment, jihadist judgment of the Nigeria Caliphate. But today, many of them will say it is because of Simon Ekpa. So I want you to understand that this kind of blackmailer propaganda will increase in the coming weeks. You have to stand very strong. You have to be very resilient. You already know what you want. You already know what you are doing. Do not listen to people that have been claiming to be fighting for Biafra for many years, while their colleagues are being butchered in the street of Aba. They did nothing. When they were being killed in Anambra, in Nkpo, they did nothing. They were killed in Enugu, they did nothing. They were killed in Ebonyi, they did nothing. They were killed and massacred in Obigbo, and the bodies of our people were littered in the river, in Obigbo River. They did nothing. Today, we decided that enough is enough. Nobody will kill again in Biafra land and live to tell the story. That is not to say that sometimes those people will not do that and succeed and go. But even if they succeed and go, no matter how long it takes us, we will look for them and we'll hunt them down. Today, we are making sure that when they come to perpetrate these heinous crimes, they will meet with a very powerful resistance from the Biafra forces. And of course, many of them are not happy for that. So I want you to understand that the propaganda and blackmail will come, but we will defeat them like we have always defeated them in the past. So Biafrans in Asia, in Middle East, I thank you for your support so far. We have a long way to go, but we're definitely going to get there. From the 2nd of December, everything will change. Things will change that, like everyone knows, we cannot be fighting, agitating for freedom, and allow our people to get killed, like they have done in the past. So we are following diplomatically, politically, and of course, defense-wise. We will make sure that as they are coming to kill our people, there will be minimal casualties, because that definitely is going to come. They will kill us, we will kill them, but at the end, our freedom will come. This was the exact word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same people today, when they kill in Enugu, they call Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa because of you. They kill in Delta State, in Oklahoma, they say it's Simon Ekpa. But our leader said they will kill us, we will kill them. At the end of the day, Biafra will come. Our own is to defend our land, to make sure that our people are protected, our women and children who have suffered many years of butchering by the Nigerian state are protected under the Biafra Republic government in exile and other Biafra de facto government. And that's what we're doing. So I call on Biafrans to cooperate with the de facto government and submit your vote. You no longer need your passport photograph. You no longer need your picture. All you need is your name, your date of birth, your state, and let's get this thing done. You have for many years cried, and today your liberation and your freedom is here knocking at your doorstep. So let us put hands together and make this particular dream of Biafra a reality. Support financially, with your prayer, with your ideas, and otherwise. to make sure that after the 2nd of December, we will fight those who have come to kill us in our land, and things will never remain the same until Biafra is recognized by international community. We are also making it very clear today to the Biafrans in Middle East and Asia that the plan we have to make sure after the declaration in December, we will fight until Biafra is recognized, will begin to manifest very, very soon. We have engaged many organizations, including those in Washington, D.C., to make sure that as these things are happening, the decision makers will be paying very keen interest in the issue of Biafra. Biafra is going to be the only country that will end the upsurge of terrorists within the Sahel region and, of course, in the entire West Africa. We welcome every presence of the United States military in our region. We welcome every presence of any nation who want to bring their military presence in our land, but at the same time, you must not interfere to protect the interests of the Nigeria terrorist state. There we will have a problem. We are ready to fight anybody who comes to our land to kill us. The interest of Biafra is first before any other thing. So if your presence or whatever you are doing is not about Biafra interest, to protect the interests of Biafra people, we are definitely going to resist you. And when we resist with our allies. I thank you all for your support, and let's look forward for bigger picture and bigger things that is ahead of us, which is declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra on December 2nd. If you are still planning to attend to Finland Convention, I urge and advise you to make your application and get your ticket, because the space are limited. And once we get to the limit, the space will no longer be available. And you don't want to miss this historic event. It is a lifetime event where you are coming as a delegate from all over the world to append your signature on the declaration document of the Biafra. From here, I thank you all for this wonderful tour today. And I have made promises to many other countries where I visit them. And as you all know, we are working on the Biafra satellite radio and station and television, which we expect that it will, cut across the entire 40 state of Biafra. And that project have started. In the coming days, we will start in Akwa Ibom State, in former Akwa Ibom State, and we're going to cover that state before we go to the next state in the coastal state. So I thank you all for today. Looking forward to see you again. My program today is very, very hectic. This evening, I will be having another media coverage that will last up to 3 to 4 hours. And it is all for the awareness of Biafra and Biafra to the world. Thank you. Airborne for the Biafra Liberation Army.
Airborne. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
My people, that is number one. We are going to continue. We have another video here. Like I told you, we will be listening to our Prime Minister from beginning. All the messages of our Prime Ministers, we have them one after the other. We will be listening to them all. Anyone after the other one. We still have many of them. Maybe it will take us about next 3, 4, 5 hours. I never know, but we are going to continue. Only our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, messages today, not today, not me and you today. We will listen, and I want us to be refreshing our mind as we listen. Don't forget to carry your pen and paper. Everything you need to hear is in these messages we are going to be sharing with you this morning. So stay tuned and watch and enjoy yourself with these wonderful messages from heaven. You know, our leader Mazenan de Gallo used to tell us that this is where we worship. That was then when he was there. When our leader Mazenan de Gallo was there, Biafra Radio Biafra used to be our worship center, but immediately he left, they turned it upside down. They start using it for money venture. But not minding, we are not relenting. We will continue. Let's go to the second phase of the message. We move.
Okay, sir.
Right, thank you very much, Biafrans in Belgium, the Liaison office, Biafra Liaison office in Belgium. Thank you very much, the cabinet, the Biafra Republic Government in Exile. I thank you very much those who are listening and watching from different social media platforms. I also thank you those who are listening through the Voice of Biafra, 97.5 FM, before the official launching of the Biafra satellite radio, which will happen anytime in a few days' time. I welcome all of you to this tour of Belgium. I want everyone to understand that we have picking up guns to defend our land, and the gun is not going down until the Biafra is liberated from the Islamic State of Nigeria. For decades, Biafra people have been treated like slaves within the Nigeria enslavement. Over 100 years, we have suffered marginalization, and we have seen worse than the apartheid in South Africa. Today, Biafra person cannot be a president in Nigeria. Biafra do not have seaport. Biafra do not have the presence of any embassy. Biafra do not have any office or any presence of multinational corporation. Biafra do not have any headquarters of any world class organization. Biafra land do not have the presence of the Nigeria federal government. Biafra land do not have road. Biafra do not have school. Biafra land do not have hospital. Biafra do not have social amenities. Biafra do not have any presence of Nigeria state within our land. This is not something that started yesterday. This has been the result of the marginalization, discrimination with impunity, the dangerous diversity of the Nigeria state that Biafra people is unfortunately being part of Nigeria. This is a mistake that British government have done. I will continue to hold the British government accountable. We will continue to blame them until the day Biafra will finally gain its freedom from Nigeria. The British, out of their selfish interest, joined people that have nothing in common together, and they begin to compete among themselves, religious-wise, economic-wise, educational-wise, and cultural-wise. And this whole combination of this pull apart from each other become a dangerous diversity that we suffer today. Biafra people embraced Christianity. Christianity preached about love of one another. Christianity preached about do not harm your fellow human. We embrace Christianity. Our cultural and traditional religion also preach the same. Do not harm any person that is your close relative, your friends, extended families, and even foreigners and strangers. This is what our value system is all about. We embraced the foreign god and become even more radical than them. And then as time goes on, we begin to see the Islamic State, we begin to see the Fulanis coming with aggression, coming with terrorists, coming with terrorism, attacking and killing Biafrans since 1945. This led to the declaration of Biafra by Chief Odumegwu Ojukwu in 1967. Nigeria, being a dangerous diversity, witnessed coup upon coup, military coup upon military coup, and as this was going on, Simon Ekpa was not born. From 1967 to 1970, as Biafra struggled to exit Nigeria because they feel that their life is being threatened and their future and existence is being under attack. They fought a brutal war. Simon Ekpa was not born by then. After 1967 to 70 war, Nigeria declared that it was a no victor, no vanquish. By then, Chief Odumegwu Ojukwu was in exile. At the end of the day, he came back. He was celebrated because the decision, he saw what many people did not see. The people who fought Ojukwu today is being massacred in their villages. Gowon is one of them. Gowon village has witnessed the highest IDP camp within the Nigeria state. He didn't see this coming today. Simon Ekpa was not born in 1970. Simon Ekpa was not born in 1979. Simon Ekpa was not born in 1980. Simon Ekpa was not born in 1981, was not born in 1982, was not born in 1983, was not born in 1984. Simon Ekpa was born in 1985. In 1982 to 1984, a man called Buhari planned coup against Nigeria. Out of this dangerous diversity, he became a military dictator under military rule in Nigeria. It was not as a result of Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa was not born. People are not asking question, why are there this coup upon coup upon coup within the Nigeria state being carried out by North and of course Yorubas? But whenever this coup happens, and if there is one single Igbo man in this coup, or one single Calabar man, or one single Ijaw man in this coup, it becomes Igbo coup. After that, this man called Buhari committed many atrocities, including an international crime. 1984, they kidnapped a man called Omaru Diko from London because he believed, as a Fulani man, he doesn't respect law, not the law of his own country, not the law of any other country. He came back after many years to become a civilian president with impunity. This same man went to Kenya and kidnapped the current leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya, there has been killing and killing since 1999 by the group led by Wazirike. Simon Ekpa was not part of it. From 1999, Wazirike Mossop members was massacred in cold blood, killed at every given opportunity with stray bullet, straight shooting, live bullet by the Nigeria state. Simon Ekpa was not part of Biafra then, at least not part of the agitation for Biafra. The same Owazurike Mosob gave birth to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, indigenous people of Biafra, and still the killings of Biafra continued. In all these things that were going on, nobody summoned the courage to resist the killings of the Biafra agitators. In 2020, the Fulani killings and upsurge of terrorists become a thing of concern across the Nigeria state, across the entire Africa. They were ranked the #4 most deadliest terrorist group in the world. And because our people become helpless and nobody was speaking for them, and none of these people who call themselves leaders from the eastern part of Nigeria were making any move to protect the women and children from Biafra territory. It was what gave the birth to the formation of the Eastern Security Network by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Simon Ekpa was yet not part of the leadership of the Biafra movement. After the Eastern Security Network was formed, they made sure they protected our people going to farm in the eastern part of Nigeria. It took them within 1 year, just the mention of Eastern Security Network then made the terrorists to flee from our land. Remember that those who pushed these terrorists to Biafra land did not push them to come and feed their cows. They came prepared for jihadist movement. This did not go down well with the Nigeria state that is being controlled by Fulani terrorist sponsors, from the president down to the lowest person. It didn't go down well with them. And they could not also eliminate the Eastern Security Network. So there is need to hunt for the founder and the head of the ESN and the Biafra movement, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. While this was going on, Simon Ekpa was just a broadcaster, making videos, sharing videos, exposing Nigeria state, and nothing else. This led, they went to Kenya, kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2021. I want people to understand that I'm just trying to make this as brief as possible, because between 2015 to 2017, we have witnessed the massacre of Biafra agitators under indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. They were killed in hundreds at every given opportunity. There has never been any reprisal attack against these killings. There has never been any consequences on the Nigeria side for killing Biafrans. Never has there been any consequences. They killed and we make noise. Those who were then make noise, and that is the end. As this was going on, some people who are today blackmailing and betraying the movement they started were the one who pushed these people to go and die. And after they got killed by the Nigeria terrorist state, their own life continued. They lived on. From this criminal called Chinas and Woru to Chikedozie, all of them were part of the movement. After people are massacred in the street, their own life moves on. They will now want other people to join. The killing did not stop until 2021. They kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. Remember, the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has nothing to do with Simon Ekpa. But you know, many of these criminals today, they tell you that the activities of Simon Ekpa is the reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not been released. And you have to ask them, was it Simon Ekpa activities in 2021 that led to the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the first place? The answer is no. I want you to understand how the enemy works. Those who have become the saboteurs in our struggle, they have made themselves available to be used by the enemy. So they tell you, The activities of Simon Ekpa is the reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not released. But it was not the activities of Simon Ekpa that led to the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you know, when he was kidnapped, I looked around for 6 months. They know that I'm a very, very, very dangerous person because I know they must have done some consultation. The dangerous person in the sense that I will do everything to liberate my people. I will do everything to protect the women and children of Biafra because I have seen it all. It took me years to study Nigeria up to this point. Not only that, it took me years to study international law. And that international law is what I'm applying to the Biafra struggle today. For the very first time in the history of Biafra and Nigeria, the dangerous diversity that we find ourselves into have made it possible for us to defend ourselves. And as much as I agree on no violence, we are not the one bringing violence to Nigeria state. Rather, Nigeria aggression must be responded with aggression. That aggression is self-defense. After 2021, I promised Biafra people after 6 months of blackmailing me because I did not agree to work with them. I have seen many things that many people did not see. I promised Biafra and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu one thing. Your kidnapping will be useless. The reason they kidnap you from Kenya, I will make sure that it is as useless as anything. And your kidnapping from Kenya will be very, very expensive to Nigeria state. That was my promise before man and God. And believe me, I am living up to that promise. Today, if they are not regretting kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are lying. I also promised Biafra, nobody will kill you again, like in Aba, like in Iguacha, like Wike did in Obibo, and go free. Remember, when Wike was killing Biafras in Obibo, Simon Ekpa was not there. It was not as a result of the activities of Simon Ekpa. Have you all forgotten? When you were massacred at Mpo and Enugu, Simon Ekpa was not a member. Simon Ekpa was not even talking about Biafra. But today, the enemy is trying to make you believe that the problem is Simon Ekpa. What was the problem that led to the massacre of thousands of Biafrans in Obibo by Wike? Was it Simon Ekpa? What was the problem that led to the massacre of Biafrans in Aba, in the school? Over 150, at least officially reported. It is more than 200 people massacred in one day. Simon Ekpa was not a member of Biafra then. When they were killing people in Enugu, when they were for money training, massacred our boys in Enugu state, Simon Ekpa was not part of it. What was the problem then? What led to the massacre of Biafrans in Enugu? Now, I want you to understand one thing. The enemy have seen that somebody actually knows his right from his left. And that person is the Prime Minister of Biafra today. For the very first time in the history of Nigeria and Biafra, we say, even though we are fighting for the exit of Biafra peacefully, we will not fold our arms and watch you kill us again and cry on social media. No. When you come with your arms, we will defend ourselves with our own arms. And that is exactly what is happening today. But you know, they are crying. And I want you to understand, ask yourself a question. They say Simon Ekpa is killing military in the East. What are the military doing in the East? Are you not in democratic system? What is the business of military in your street? Why are military having checkpoints in Biafra land? Is it not, are we not in democracy? I want you to know the answer today. The answer is because they feel threatened. They feel that Biafra, it is time for Biafra to go. They feel that Nigeria have expired. And the only challenge Nigeria has is coming from the East. And let me tell you, no amount of bullet will suppress the challenge that the East is giving to Nigeria until the exit. So they try to make you understand that Simon Ekpa is killing soldiers. And I want you to ask them, what was Simon Ekpa doing when the people of Biafra were massacred at Ekpa? Just last year, they killed them in Aba. Was it Simon Ekpa? The answer is no. And the last question I want to ask some of you today, before I go to the update and achievement we've made very briefly, is they came and announced that 16 soldiers has been massacred in Okwama community. But what they are not telling you people, what were the soldiers doing there? We've listened to different stories. The story of oil bunkering, which is the business of the Nigerian army, terrorist army. That's what they do. The fight in Okwama community is a fight of the control of oil bunkering. They are not telling you people this story. The Biafra government has nothing to do with oil bunkering. We are going to control our natural resources by ourselves, by force, by arms, by everything possible. And when that time comes, you will know that Biafra government is responsible for whatever that is going on in control of our resources. The time is going to come. Now, if they are crying about the soldiers that have been killed in Iguacha, how many times have they cried that the Biafra Liberation Army killed soldiers? But they are complaining and crying every day for nothing. At least you have seen that soldiers were killed in the Okoma community for bunkering, for oil bunkering. But have you seen them crying that, mentioning it, that Biafra Liberation Army have killed the Nigerian army and they want to revenge? Have you seen them saying it? Ask yourself, why is Okoma community different? Because they know the validation of Biafra will begin from there. But they are not mentioning it. Do you know, as they are killing Biafrans, Biafra army are neutralizing them? Do you know how many numbers of all these terrorist army that Biafra Liberation Army have neutralized? Thousands of them. I am saying I want you to cut this particular segment. Thousands of them. And if they have not neutralized them, they will level entire village in Biafra land. We will not allow that anymore. They have done it before. But the question I want to ask those sabos, why have they not mentioned that Biafra Liberation Army are killing Nigeria army when they come to kill us? Rather, they are mentioning and publicizing just 16 soldiers that the community, that the people that are fighting doing oil bunkering, they had issue and it led to their death because they have been killing each other in that community. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Biafra. But that community is a Biafra community. But you see, it was all over news everywhere. 16. But ask them to give account of how many soldiers has fallen in the second Biafra war. Because what is happening now is Biafra war. A systematic war going on. How many Nigeria army, terrorist army has fallen in Imo State? I am telling you, they are running up to thousands in Imo State. But they have not come to shout that army have died in Imo State. Ask yourself, why? And let me tell you, this is we are operating under international law. There is no law that we have violated because we know exactly what we're doing. You don't expect Biafrans to fold their arms, to fold their hand, because we are fighting to liberate ourselves peacefully. We were agitating peacefully, and for that reason, you pick up your guns and your AK-47 and start shooting a live bullet on protesters. For many years. And I told them, if you have been shouting on social media, I will not shout on social media. Have you seen me broadcasting for a long time? My broadcast is what I am doing now. On this tour, I use the opportunity to speak to Biafrans like you, And that is the broadcast I'm having now. The time for broadcasting is over. It is the time to put everything we have learned and researched for many years into action, into work. And whenever the time for this tour, I will use the opportunity to broadcast to the Biafra people. That's what I'm doing. And when our social media app comes out, maybe there could be a change. So I want to assure you people today, Biafra, all over the world, that the defense of Biafra is a no-go area. We will fight and fight until the Biafra is restored. And nobody is going to die. I am telling you the fact. Our aim and objective is to make sure in this fight, no Biafra dies. But like Onyendu used to say, they will kill us, we will kill them. At the end of the day, Biafra will come. I want to thank those of you who have supported this movement up to this point. But remember, we have entered the liberation phase where everything will be very difficult. By the special grace of God, it will not be difficult for the Biafra people. The dragon flag has been raised since 2021. And the dragon flag is not going down. We have raised the Biafra Liberation Army flag. We have also raised the Biafra Resistance Fighters flag. We have raised the Biafra Navy flag. We have raised the defense, the BDF, the Biafra Defense Force flag. That flag, those flags will never go down until the declaration of Biafra, and Biafra will be defended. For those who are saying that it is not possible, that we are just deceiving people, thank you very much. We will deceive people, but remember, when the time comes, and if you are a Biafra and saying it, you have something waiting for you. The Biafra law and policy will wait for you at the right time. And then you will shout, had I known. Those who are the people are shouting, Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is killing soldiers in Nigeria. Why are you going to support him? These are the same people who were pushing people to go and die in Aba. And they went and actually died. We have the recent one. And I want to ask you, have there been any consequences from their side? The answer is no. But you know, we are not going to overlook those things based on the fact that they are not supporting what we are doing. Every Biafran is recognized by Biafra government. Government is a government. We are not organization. We are not IPOB that you say you don't register. You are not a registered member. No, that is the difference. So when those people were killed in Aba, we made sure that the Nigerian government that killed them pay for it. And today, believe me, they have paid more than that expected. So the government of Biafra is living up to its responsibility. And we have also made sure that those of our people who think that the government is just a shambolic one, in their various communities, there has been peace and tranquility, while other people in Nigeria are facing extinction, including displacement, going to IDP camp, killing them, abducting school children, killing women and all that. They are all happening all over Nigeria. It is only in Biafra territory that that is not happening. And I'm telling you, any day they try and abduct anybody in mass in Biafra land, believe me, I will not say what we're going to do, but we know where to hold them. The time has come that you must be speaking very bold. Do not be scared of your enemy. The invasion of Biafra land must stop. The terrorist checkpoint in Biafra land must be disbanded. Let me tell you, it is something that is going to take time. We are not going to say, we are not saying that it must end in one day or in 1 week. It is something that is going to take time. We are fighting a terrorist government that has billions of dollars. And so far, so good. Systematically, as you can see, we are defeating them. And the defeat will continue. So my fellow Biafran, the 2nd of December declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra is very sacrosanct. We maintain it is very, very sacrosanct. The ongoing self-referendum is very important, that you stick and make sure that your people in your villages, in your town, participate in the voting. We need as many number of votes as possible in order to legitimize or to, to validate the actions of the government. We must get a reasonable number of votes, and we'll have time. Those states that are yet to receive their tablet, especially the electoral officials, you are going to receive your tablet very, very soon. So, but for now, it is very imperative that the media team of the Biafra Republic government in exile and every lovers of Biafra government in exile and those who are individually broadcasting on their own must channel their energy to the voting for self-referendum. Very, very important. We need to get as many votes as possible before October this year. The first phase of this voting is going to end next month, which is May. After that, we'll go to the second voting, and then we'll go to the third voting, to the third phase. So it is very, very important. This is what is going to define a lot of things that will happen this year. For those who do not understand how the Biafra independence and liberation is going to happen, of course, I'll always explain this. On the 2nd of December, 2024, when we have gathered enough vote and see that Biafra people have given their consent to the government, we will declare the restoration of independent state of Biafra. And we are going to intensify the defense of our land. We are also going to intensify the delegitimization of the Nigerian state within Biafra. In addition to that, we will intensify our diplomatic fight to see the recognition of Biafra. Like you hear our Director General of Foreign Affairs Ministry talked about Belgium. It is the same everywhere. Biafra is the only country that actually have enjoyed recognition. No other country has been recognized during the declaration of independence. It is only Biafra that we recognize. And the people do not understand the importance of these recognitions. The past leaders of the Biafra movement have done very well, but nobody has been able to break the chains to benefit what this recognition has to offer. The Biafra government is doing everything to make sure that the recognition of Biafra is restored. We are also filing application in the next 10 days. We are filing application to many authorities that you are going to hear from the media announcement. This application has to do with the recognition of Biafra. And also, we will make sure that the international stage, at the international stage, Biafra become a topic. Biafra is not going to be a topic by carrying flag and running around in the street. Biafra can never be a topic by coming on social media and shouting Simon Ekpa is a criminal. Biafra can never be a topic by calling Ike Kweremadu Onyoshi. Biafra can never be a topic by claiming that or shouting that Tinubu is a drug pusher. No, we have done all those. Everybody knows Tinubu is a drug pusher. Everybody knows Tinubu is a criminal. But that is not the reason to fight for Biafra. The reason to fight for Biafra has to do with the fight to preserve yourself, the fight to preserve your life, the fight to make sure that your culture, your way of life is preserved, and of course, the people as Biafra nation as a large. The fight to live, the fight to life, that is the reason for Biafra. The reason for Biafra is not because Nigeria is corrupt. No. The reason for Biafra is because Nigeria is not a country. The reason for fighting for Biafra is because when Nigeria was created, the people of Biafra did not consent to Nigeria. The reason for fighting for Biafra is because the original plan of Nigeria has changed without you knowing it. The reason for Biafra exit today is because while Nigeria was recognized as a secular state, today it is no longer a secular state. It has changed from the backyard to Islamic State. That is the reason, without your consent. The reason for Nigeria to break away, to break into how many pieces but Biafra own is that we are only interested in our own nation and our own people. And let me tell you the fact. The old Eastern Nigeria that fought Biafra war remain Biafra people. Those who say they are not Biafra, the referendum is going on. You may decide not to, you may decide to say no to the referendum. And when the result comes, we are going to check you. But for now, Biafra remain 40 United States of Biafra. And the old Eastern region is the Biafra. And those who would tell you that Igbo 5 state should go, you know, these are the issues that I really don't want to talk about because it does not make sense. Igbo does not have 5 states. If you talk about Igbo, there are Igbo in Benue State, there are Igbos in Kogi State, and so if they are telling you Igbos, what is going to happen to the Igbo in Benue State? What is going to happen to the Igbos in River State? And let me tell you, these are just, when we talk about Igbo, we talk about those speaking Igbo. There are Igbos that doesn't speak Igbo. These are the ones you find in Ijo, Efik, Urobo. These are Igbos that doesn't speak Igbo language. What do you do to them? Anyway, my people in Belgium, you have a very important role to play in this struggle or not in the liberation of Biafra. Our achievements speak for itself. I will not sit here and start listening the achievement of the Biafra government in exile. Our own is that we've made sure that the legality of the government in exile has been proven beyond every reasonable doubt in accordance with international law. Our own job now is to continue to push for the recognition of this government, including the de facto government in the homeland. The structure of the government has met the 1933 Montevideo Convention of a state. And now that this particular formation of the government and structure has been achieved, we now focus on the delegitimization of Nigeria. Cover Nigeria Igwe as much as possible. That is all. You have to prove to the international community how serious you are. And of course, the next is to the UN. We will hit them very hard with evidence. So for peace to return to the entire West Africa, Biafra must be free. The continual subjugation of Biafra, the continual forceful union in Nigeria will never restore peace in the West Africa. And this particular peace will go beyond West Africa up to the entire Africa and Sahel. Because the exit of Biafra will also end the upsurge of terrorists within the Sahel region. The interests that the terrorists have, that is the reason they are invading Nigeria today, many of the majority percent of this interest lies in the Biafra soil. And so the exit of Biafra will end the entire terrorist plan in Africa. And everybody must understand this. So when we fight for our freedom, we are not just fighting for the freedom of Biafra alone. We are fighting for the mankind. We are fighting for the preservation of the human life within the Sahel region. So any nation, any government that is very responsible must support Biafra. But like everybody knows, we are not bothered whether a government recognizes Biafra government or not. We know that we must continue to do that which is right according to international law until they are forced to recognize Biafra. Because the time is coming when you can't hide away from what we are doing. The time is coming when this government, who have refused to comment on the activities and the status of Biafra, will be forced to comment. And though the time is coming when the United Nations, who have remained mute and don't, the spirit of I don't care, will be forced to comment on Biafra. And that will determine, that comment will come as a result of our determination, our resilience, and what we have to do to delegitimize Nigeria state within Biafra land. And that's where we are going today. The economic sanction strangulation continues. So Belgian people, I want you to understand that for us to, go deeper into the affair of the Biafra Republic government in exile is something that takes a lot of time. We are now going to start the awareness like never before, making sure that our people will listen to the voice of Biafra radio from the satellite, and our people will listen to the voice of Biafra television, satellite TV in Biafra land, and that is already happening. We are live on satellite on TV, live on satellite on radio, and we are still spreading. Now we have ordered that the entire coastal state, the state from the coastal region, will have, first of all, we'll have this radio, the FM 97.5 FM from the satellite spread across the state before we talk of the hinterland. Because in the hinterland, the entire Biafrans are aware of what is going on. So our satellite is focused on the coastal side. And from this week, we are into one of the hinterland state will test run the satellite radio from the Biafra Republic government in exile and the Biafra de facto government. So please, if you are one of those who are an officer for the voting for the referendum, please, you have to beef up your activities. We need as many votes as possible before October. This is very, very important. We need as many votes as possible. So I want to thank you for supporting this government up to this point, and our activities in defending Biafra land will continue. That is not going back. From here, I thank you very much. Airborne to the Biafra Republic, airborne to the Biafra Liberation Army, airborne to the Biafra Defense Forces. Thank you all. Your flag and the arms will continue to go against the enemy, which is the Nigeria terrorist state, and will protect our women and our children, and nobody will intimidate us to drop our arms for self-defense. Thank you.
I'm Musiwaye of Ebu. I watch I'm and I'm so happy that you came around. I've been supporting you before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. This Prime Minister today, or if you go back to your Facebook account, you got home Facebook account where I always call you my PM, my Prime Minister. Now, thank God today you are finding the Prime Minister of Biafra in SI. Today I'm a tangible question which I want to ask. The question now, what Nnamdi Kanu said about a few days ago, a few weeks ago, now after the court, after his court destined. So Nnamdi Kanu now, onye ọbụla ebe a na-achịzọ ndị Biafra ndụ, onye ọbụla ji Biafra kpa ego, onye ọbụla na-egbu ndị Biafra na aka ya nọ na ya. Because if you I know you had that question, you have that the comment he made. Because in one case, I mean, how you see that how you see that audio statement in the Kanu now court premises. There I will support.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I will support with 50 euros.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will urge.
Go ahead, because.
I said it before.
Oh, so thank you. Just
thank you.
All right. I will urge every genuine Biafrans to not dig deep into what our Onyendu said in court. I will urge every Biafrans who understood that message to just understand it that way, and keep it to themselves. Because so, and not everything that you people will want us to start explaining. The way the struggle is now and the way our leader case is going is not something we should come and start analyzing his statement and all that. I will ask you to leave it at that level of understanding, where you understand it, and I urge those who are asking questions to understand. You already know what his his policies and his ideology are. Go back to his previous broadcast teaching and get the answer from there. We don't need to start here now to prove anybody, to prove that he was referring to other people or not. The message is very clear. I want you to understand that he also mentioned subversion. And you know what subversion means? Subversion means if you are going against the government. So, and that subversion the government is talking about can never be Nigeria government. And I hope you should understand that. But let us not go into that. Understand that he was talking to those who are trying to destroy what he's paying the price for. And that is Biafra. Remember that severally they have persistently said that the reason why he is here is because of Biafra. And so we have not deviated from that particular agenda of Biafra. And so we only up our game in the struggle for the liberation of Biafra. And so I will urge you to just understand it and follow your instinct. Follow your brain and your mind. You know that in your mind, you are following the right thing. Just follow it. Do not go and start digging into the statement of our leader. And like I have said severally, what we are doing in Biafra now must not be linked to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We've made we laid our foundation from the beginning. Our foundation is this. The reason why he was kidnapped is to stop Biafra. And we're making it very clear that Biafra they want to stop by kidnapping him will be restored in their presence and in their own right before their own very eyes. And that's exactly what we're doing. So it is either they release him or they will stay and see Biafra declared, and we are going to use him for an exchange at the end of the day. And it will be released in a very historic manner. I have said this several times. Let us focus on the Biafra liberation and how it is going to be released historically, and forget whatever statement he's made, because what the enemy wants you to do is to start analyzing it so that they will turn back and start using it against him by the time they understand the deep. So let us leave everything. I will urge including the media team, everybody, please. What you have to do is when the lawyers wrote something good that you know it is in accordance with our ideology, you retweet it and support them. Whenever they say something that is going contrary to what, you just ignore them. That's what that's what we're doing now. We're not going to start analyzing to prove a point. We are not in that stage. We are already going beyond that stage of trying to prove a point. Any reasonable Biafrans knows what is right and what is wrong. Forget about his statement and let us focus on our liberation. And then also, it is interconnected. The more you liberate Biafra, the more you save the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you so much. Ajụjụ journalist gị sakwana ya asị onye ma ihe ọ na-eme asị na onye nna ya jiri osi na-ejikwa gbawa ụzọ ekele ka gị. Thank you so much. Your answer. Thank you so much. I just ask question for ndị nke anyị nọkwa na Belgium, ndị nọ n'ụwa niile ka ha mara na anyị ma ihe anyị na-eme.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Please go ahead. You are okay. You are already, your mic is on. I don't know, but we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, but your mic is on. What happened? Why? You might have to go out and come in again, Nze. We cannot hear you, but your mic is on. I don't know why. We bring in Mazi Oba Roland. Spotlight.
Martin, they go out and come back. Go out of the link and join again. We cannot hear you.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just thanking our Prime Minister. What he's doing to us is success. What he's doing what he's doing goes in line with what our lawyer here, human rights lawyer, he's the head of human rights lawyer in Belgium. And now he's the head of human rights lawyer, the whole Europe. He told us 2019 that we have to get Biafran government in exile. That is where we follow to get our freedom. Through Biafran government in exile. We went under DOS and he told us how we will do, what we will do to get our freedom. And it's surprising that our prime minister in Finland followed the real step. That is the real road. And that was why Jehovah took me out from DOS, because if it is position, I have it. I built the zone, Brussels, Belgium. We are the pillar. And yet God took me off from there and said I should follow a new ship. So Mazi Simeon Ekpa is the real ship. Since I came into the Biafran government in exile, I have been seeing green lights in the tunnel. But when I was under DOS, there was no green light in the tunnel. So it's what I have to tell everybody. This is the real road. It is Jehovah that called me inside to follow Nnamdi Kanu. He told me Nnamdi Kanu is the one that he has called to bring Biafra, the one he told me in Cotonou 20 years ago. Now he told me again to leave DOS and follow a new ship. And I told it to DOS that Biafran flag also was thrown all over the streets. Without Mazi Simon Ekpa, our prime minister, His Excellency, this struggle, Biafran struggle, could have been a death something. The DOS, they knew about it. So,
Chief Roland, before you continue, I want you to continue what you're saying, but let me just make a comment because of this issue of the flag you raised. I want to inform Biafrans today that, you know, somebody, one of the Biafrans who raised flag, was killed and beheaded by the order of DOS. A lot of Biafrans did not know the atrocities they committed in Biafra land. The crime of that boy was hosting a flag, a Biafra flag, nothing else. He was not part of security. He did not carry gun. He did not carry machete. The crime was that he was part of those who hoisted flag, and they recognized and they know him. They captured him. They cut off his head. This is well documented. This particular incident I'm saying now is well documented. I reported to the lawyers then, and the lawyer I reported to have this particular evidence. And I also reported to Hindu. They killed this boy for hoisting a Biafra flag. That is the impunity they have committed, and the land of Biafra will haunt all of them. That's what is going on. You people don't know what it is. What God used us to do is beyond a Biafra struggle. What was coming was more of cult in Biafra land. And God used us, used many of you to save Biafra people and Igbo in general. I am telling you the fact. This particular thing I'm saying now, I will explain it in due time. I just want to make this revelation for the very first time. They killed this boy for hoisting Biafra flag. These are the people who say they were fighting for Biafra. Everybody knows when we hosted the Biafra flag, that was when the spirit of Biafra were invoked in the entire Biafra territory. We hosted that flag from the hinterland and the coastal region. Everywhere was littered with Biafra flag. One of them that hoisted the flag was killed in Aba. They cut his head off. Thank you.
Then another thing I want to inform our Prime Minister, Nigerian government, their eye is in Europe, in Belgium here. Because when we went to European Parliament to speak with the parliamentarian, with Mazi, our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, 2019, Nigerian government sent spy inside Parliament. So they bought so many of our people here. They spend money to buy them. So these our people here, they are very, very rude. They don't believe in Biafran struggle. But the problem is we, the people that Jehovah has called for it, we are so poised and we are so powerful. We are overwhelming them. So in 2018, I went to Commissaire General for documents. They told me to leave Biafran struggle, that they will give me documents. It is Nigerian government told them to give me documents because they know how poised I have been here in Belgium. I rejected Biafran Belgium document, and I took my Nigerian international passport and I gave it to them. Since then, it is there. And Jehovah by then told me that he will give me Biafran passport when our prime minister has not come out. So all these things I'm telling you synchronize what he has already told me, that he will send someone that will give us Biafra, which is Mazen Namdekalo. So I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters, I don't do because man is doing. I do because God told me to do. I don't follow man, I follow Jehovah. Instruction. I lose more than $1 million US in Cotonou. And I told it to our attorney. After explaining to him, even in New York, he can go and make verification. It's because of Biafran struggle. So he also promised me that I will get Biafran passport. Immediately it will start, I will get Biafran passport. I'm just telling you, my prime minister, please remember me when you enter into your father's kingdom. That is what I'm just pleading, because I have suffered a lot for this Biafran struggle. I undergo 2 more because of the losses. I went in Cotonou because of just Biafra. The intimidation and deprivation which Nigerian government are dealing with Igbos made me to lose all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Irrespective of how much they pay people and who they buy, they can never stop the restoration of Biafra this year. That is, we have a date already. And after that date, the rest will be history. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know when our leader, MNK, was still outside, there were a lot of noises everywhere. Urobo, Ishekrio, all these things. But since everything is like this, I have not been seeing all these people. They're still outside. Are we still together? Because all those people that were making noise and was seeing that the Easterners were boiling, they were trying to make that to come together. But since autopilot is in this move now, because I know we are no more going back, rather we are going ahead. Easterners were boiling. Are we still connected with those people? That is just my question. And I said, God continue to use you and bless you and put you ahead of whatever the enemy are trying to do. And I call you the Omagara for Nigeria. You are the only Omagara for Nigeria. In our place, we say that that is confusion. But now you are no more. It's not. You are the Omagara of Nigeria. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to answer you by reminding you that it is not just about Urobo. There are Igbos, there are Easterners, there are hinterland Biafrans who have fallen out of the struggle because they were not genuine. So it is not just the people of Urobo. But what I have to tell you is that we are more organized now. We have 40 states of the United States of Biafra, and the 40 states cut across the entire Southeast and South-South. So now we have more defined territory of Biafra than what you were talking about. So it is not just about individuals who were making noise about Biafra, who do not know where the Biafra boundary is in their own state. Now, we do not just have people making noise, but we have a defined boundary and a defined territory of Biafra, more organized than ever since 1967. That is what you should be focusing on. So those people that fall out in Urobo, there are people also who fall out in the hinterland, and they are not different from them. The same thing we are explaining, but with time, it is only truth that will stand the test of time. And today, remember, in 2022, when we were voting, giving the vote of no confidence on the 28th February 2022, a lot have changed. There are people who did not believe in us then. Now they have carried the government on their head. The same thing is going to continue to happen. So as time goes on, while the lies fade away, the truth stands very strong, which is what is the foundation of the Biafra government today. They called me Tinubu boy. That lies has faded away. They called me Nigeria government recruited agent. That particular lies has faded away. They called me Ohaneze boy. Ohaneze place bounty of 50,000, from 50,000 to $100,000, from $100,000 to $500,000 on my head. That lies has faded away. They say I was working for Tinubu to become a president in Nigeria. Today, that lies has also faded away because Tinubu has signed a document for his repatriation, not my repatriation. Tinubu signed a government as a president of Nigeria. And because what they don't understand is that I, as Simon Ekpa, as a person first, and I, Simon Ekpa, as a prime minister of a government of Biafra in exile, do not recognize who Tinubu is. I do not recognize the government of Nigeria. I don't recognize Tinubu as a president, as my president. So whatever he is signing has no jurisdiction on me. That's what many people don't understand. And when they declare me wanted for only fighting for the freedom of my people, you see, the criminals ran and started shouting about going to court. Remember, just mark my word, it is because of my statement that will make them not to go to court. But they're already saying they're going to challenge, they're going to challenge. One barrister called me after the declaration of themselves wanted, not me. I said, hey, PM, we need to challenge these people in court. I said, no, nobody is challenging. Challenging who in court? He said, yeah, because they declared you wanted and they don't have the right to do it. I said, no. You see, I am too spiritually, I'm a very highly spiritual person. Nobody is going to file any case on my behalf to any court in Nigeria. That is a trap. And I'm not falling for it. And the guy was very surprised. The lawyer was very surprised. I said, you see what? As a Biafran prime minister of government in exile, Nigeria does not exist. And so going to Nigeria court is validating them. And I'm not going to go into that and validate them. And the guy was like, wow, that makes sense. I say, not only that, we are declaring Biafra in December. So I will not go and start challenging people that I already have invalidated them. So why should I go and start challenging them? It is going to contradict my principle. It's going to contradict what I believe in. So I do not believe in Nigeria court. I do not believe in Nigeria state as it is. So I don't validate them. Why should I go and start challenging them in the court that I already don't recognize? It is a clash of interest, so I don't want to do that. I said, don't worry, leave them. We will not challenge them. And that was the reason why I came publicly to make it in case they will pay some lawyers to go and file. In case I say they are representing Simon Ekpa or representing Biafra government or anything in Nigeria court. We have not authorized anybody to do that. So I made it public. We will not challenge this particular declaration of wanted in any Nigeria court because they don't have the jurisdiction to try a government in exile that does not recognize them. And this is a matter of logic that many people do not. But of course, in this line of thought, the IPOB Nigeria may also decide not to file not to go to court. But if we see that they were already shouting, we will challenge it, we will do this, they are criminal, we will challenge it. Did you hear them make noise again? I know that after these statements I'm making now, they will try to prove me wrong. But the more they try to prove me wrong, the more they shoot themselves on the leg. So my brother, the thing is that we are not, moved, and the propaganda does not work. They have attacked me like our brother here said, God's power. They have attacked me, blackmailed me, called me all manner of names. Those names, the names goes here, it goes out from here, and we move. That is the only way. Because I understand Nigeria very well. And I told you people that You see this skin? I went to finish military training. I understand what freedom is all about. I understand how to deal with enemy, and I'm applying it very well. Now, if they believe that the Biafra people are supporting them, why are they crying? They have danced in the marketplace. It didn't solve the problem. They are now sharing my flyers of my picture, calling me a criminal, calling me. It does not work. Biafra people have made up their mind. This problem of Biafra have started ever before I was born. So how can somebody come today and tell you Simon Ekpa is the problem? What was the cause of the problem when Simon Ekpa was not born? So, you know, the thing is that everybody must make sure that their brain is intact and think constructively. Whenever the enemy comes to you to tell you Simon Ekpa is the problem of the Southeast, remember the Southeast problem has been there before Simon Ekpa was born. You have to always remember that. Simon Ekpa is not the reason why you don't have seaport today. Simon Ekpa is not the reason why Nigeria Constitution have exclusive list. Exclusive list. Exclusive list is targeted at the Biafra people, because everything in the exclusive list are in Biafra land, not in the north, not in the southwest. The exclusive list of you mining your natural resources, north doesn't have it. Ebonyi state have sought, and they named Ebonyi salt of the nation. The governor of Ebonyi state came publicly when he was asked, how much are you generating from salt? He doesn't know, because it is in the exclusive list in Nigeria Constitution. Why the gold in Jigawa is not in exclusive list? So this is the thing. Simon Ekpa was not the cause. Simon Ekpa was not the one who brought in the quota system. You see, but today, because they see that Simon Ekpa have actually discovered something that no other person have discovered, which is what? How to fight them. How to fight them with what they brought to us. And what is it? Gun. Fight with gun. When they come with gun, fight with gun. When they come with violence, respond to them with violence. That is one thing Simon Ekpa discovered that nobody else has ever discovered in the Biafra struggle. Everybody is shouting, oh, we're not violent too. Oh, Wazirike, oh, I'm not violent, I'm fighting Biafra, and his people is being killed. Mossad members were massacred. The same thing happened in IPOB. They were killed and killed and killed. All do, even when he wants to make pronunciation, he will make, and they will pressure him behind the door, behind the scene. He will come back and withdraw it. And that is what is different here. Somebody who have stood up and said enough is enough. If you come to kill, we will first kill you before you use the gun on us. And we are doing it. So that's what that is. It is sanctioned by international law. There is nowhere in the world where you are going to go and somebody will tell you, if somebody come with gun to kill you, don't react. Allow the person to kill you. This is what has been happening in Biafra. And everybody will say, we are just protesters, so peaceful protesters, so we carry only flag, they kill us. Abati will use you to do program, it end there. Aerofy will analyze you, it end there. At the end of the day, they will say, come out again, let us see. We are not doing it in this era. This era is fire for fire, gun for gun, bullet for bullet, until the declaration of Biafra. And I have said it, I am ready anywhere, any day, anytime. International Criminal Court, anywhere you want to take me, I am defending my people with what they have come to kill them with. And that's what I'm doing till the declaration of Biafra, and defend it until the end. Nigeria must learn to stop using violence against Biafra people. We are not the one bringing violence. They bring violence to us. The aggression cannot be condoned anymore. And we have risen up and we say we are not going to allow them to kill our people again and go free. That is what I have done differently than others. So they don't like it. And also, one thing that Nigeria terrorist state do not like is that we have been able to know they are very weak. Their military are not trained. They are very, very weak because the nomadic system has infiltrated every sector of the Nigerian economy. They are weak in thinking. They are weak militarily. They are weak in police. They are weak in intelligence gathering. Everything is weak because nomadic have taken over. But in Biafra, even with the little resources we have, we resist and repelled them with their aircraft. Is that not surprising everybody?
Odogo.
Surprise you? They won't.
Odogo. Thank you, Pierre. Odogo. Thank you, Pierre.
PM, they were. Mbamba, I'm going to use 1,000 to Kwaka. They were a Kwaka. So,
Wow. Finance minister.
Finance minister.
Thank you very much.
Support from the Kwaka.
That one, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, our Prime Minister, for that wonderful address. On behalf of the European representatives, we are going to support the wonderful presentation with €1,000. Thank you very much, my Prime Minister.
Let me spotlight you. Now you say it again. Repeat it. Repeat.
Yes, thank you, my PM, for that wonderful presentation. And the European representatives will support that speech with €1,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Please, I have a question. But I want to drive something home. Our Prime Minister, please permit me. If this question is borders on the line which you don't want to answer, you can just say no. But I want to ask this question because this question is helping me to call on those who are still with the criminal mind, so they understand where they are. They're trying to put a kind of line between you and the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but we know that all their tricks is no more working. You said something some time ago. Criminal mind, so they understand where they are. We're trying to put
everybody hold on.
The line between you and the Mazi.
Okay, Mazi Gospel, please unmute yourself, please.
Okay. So what I was saying was that this question, I just want to either to arm me with it because I am parroting it. I heard it from one of your broadcasts that because the reason why I wanted to take this home in order to use it as my driving force to get more people, convert them because they are coming. But when they come, you beat them, they come more. When they are convinced that you can see that I'm getting people here in Belgium now, so let them hear it. People are leaving the old house and coming home because the truth is being driven home. And this is when I listened to your broadcast, I got that point. You made mention that some time ago that the legal bill of Mazi Onyendu, that we are footing it, that is the new government, that is the Biafran government in exile, we are footing it. Can you drive that home so that I will also...
The Biafra government have taken full responsibility.
Thank you very much. Please, I want everybody hearing here, those who are going to meet their friends in Belgium, which concerns me more, please tell them that there is no rift between our Prime Minister. I am the disciple of our Prime Minister because I am age, but I'm his I am his disciple, and he's a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the son and father is working together. So stop causing division and by that trying to destroy what we are doing. Biafra is our focus. I am very serious. You can see my face when I'm talking, the whole verse comes out. That is who I am. How you see me here, that is how I'm at home. I don't have any special...
What you should tell them,
please.
What you should tell them is that you remember that before the criminal and treacherous Ejiofor was sacked, I was the one, sorry, I was the one who called for his sacking because I busted him. And everybody was concerned. Why is he going? Why is he still in the team? Why is he still in the team? I told them, look, and they asked, why is the civilian? If the civilian can decide, I said, look, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still alive. Not only that he's alive, he have the capacity to decide for himself. And so Whether the siblings don't like or whether the sibling want, he is still the person who would decide. And that's exactly what happened. You know, when I start something, it takes time. That's one thing many people have not understood in this liberation. It is not like when I say there is not going to be checkpoint in Biafra land. A lot of people would think it is going to start tomorrow. No, don't worry. When I say Ejiofor will be out, it is not something that will happen immediately, but that pronunciation has been made, and because his hand is soiled with evil and blood of our people. And Onyendu gradually understood that. So now the criminals have been left behind. They are not getting information again. You know, that was what they were accusing me before. They say,
yes,
Ekperima is not getting information
again.
Yes. I accept the Ekperima. I am Ekperima. Ekperima in my place is a grass that is explosive grass. So I accept it in my own language and my own dialect. I am Ekperima. And I remember in those days when we were very small, we used to do what they call Itutara. Itutara is the New Yam Festival. The New Yam Iriji Festival is what we call Itutara in our place. And during this time, we will go to the bushes to get this Ekperima. We will get Ekperima, so you know, and we will get Ekperima. It take us months to gather Ekperima. We gather Ekperima, pack it and store it in Obaji. You know what they call Obaji, right?
Obaji, yes.
The place they keep the place they keep yam.
Yeah, ban of yam.
We will pack it in Obaji, cover it, and then after that, we will begin to go for this palm tree. We'll get the igu. So we go and look for igu, a dried igu. Okay, yes. That dry igu is what we use to make fire. So we gather that igu. That igu will take us many weeks because that Itutara have a day that you have to stay overnight to celebrate the Ekperima, to use the Ekperima to celebrate the New Yam. What these people don't understand is there is a connection between Njoku and Ekperima. Njoku is a deity, is a yam deity in Igbo land to some people.
Yes.
Why to some people it means a different thing. So now, this deity called Njoku, we will go and gather enough of this igu, a dried one. It will take us weeks to gather it. We gather it. After gather it, we store it in Obaji as well. Then the night of this particular, Iriji festival, yes, of this festival, we will not sleep. We will have overnight. Like, it depends on your community how many of this Ekperima you have gathered. So we will be competing with other neighboring villages. Those who their sound of Ekperima is higher wins the Iriji. So in the night, from 9 o'clock, when people have eaten and all that, I think from 12 o'clock or so, in the midnight, every child will gather in the square. And then we will, when I'm telling this story, people would think it's something like 1800, So we will gather in the village square,
yes,
set up the fire with this igu, and the fire will be going up in flame, and then the igu will be packed somewhere beside us. So you will be having your own Ekperima, you put it in the fire, the Ekperima will, the fire will burn that Ekperima to a certain level. If you are not very careful, it will explode in the fire, and that can bring injury to every other person very close to that fire. So you have to watch very well that the Ekperima is ready to go.
Yes.
So once it is ready, you take it out from the fire, and then you run to the nearest stone or tree. You just hit it, but you hear the thing will make a very loud sound, like a knockout or something. Boah!
Yes.
So and when we are going to the bushes to get this Ekperima, you have to use eye, a different eye to know which one is very, very good, because it is not every Ekperima that have explosive, sound. So you will, if you are very experienced, you'll be able to gather those ones that will have a very good sound, a very loud sound. This is what they are calling me. And I accept it. Today, that Ekperima is as explosive in my own dialect and in my own language. I accept it with my language that yes, I'm Ekperima, and I have Ekperimalized all of them. I have bombarded them. I have exploded in their territory, and all of them, they are no more. The same thing Njoku, the deity, they don't understand what Njoku means. My name is Njoku. Some of them even use it to do program in the beginning. They say, oh, do you know what is Njoku? Njoku is a shrine. Njoku is a shrine. One of them use it to make program. He don't understand what Njoku. I was named Njoku for a reason. So my brother, the thing is, issue of Onyendu, like I have said, let us leave it because I know exactly what is going on. And Onyendu is more connected than anybody that is close to me. That is one thing I have to tell everybody. So they are not getting information again. They have been starved of information. They don't know what is going on. I can be here now and tell you what happened to Onyendu yesterday. But I don't want to go there. The time for that time is not. We are not here to prove to anybody anything anymore. The lawyers are doing their job. I have told this is what if they have been doing this from the beginning, I will never attack anybody. The lawyer's job is to do their legal job. While the Biafra struggle continues, they must not interfere in the struggle. They must focus on releasing Onyendu legally, while we focus on dealing with Nigeria to, give them enough pressure they need to release him. This is the way a teamwork should be. So, and now they have come to understand that. That's why when they mention Simon Ekpa, they immediately shun the person. Don't mention the name here, because you don't go and start delving into issues that are not connected. So please, let us focus on the way they have addressed me on that particular court hall. Don't mention my name the same way we are going to be dealing with. But Nigeria understand that what is happening today is as a result of the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because if he's here, he will not handle Biafra the way I'm handling it, right? So if they release him, he will come back and continue the way he was doing it. But let me tell you, whether he is, if they like, they should continue to detain him. It will bring Biafra faster than anybody can imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, my Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Ndewo. My main reason for being here is that I need a question asked. It's concerning the convention. I already have my ticket, but I would like to also purchase accommodation. Is it possible to do that separately?
Yes, you can get accommodation separately. You must not go through the government. If you feel that you want to get your accommodation separately, why not? Nobody is stopping you from doing that.
Okay.
There are hotels that are available here. But if you get accommodation that is outside the sketch of the city, for example, you may not benefit from the bus services that the government may offer. At some point.
Okay.
So we may not be able to go to your hotel to pick you. That's one disadvantage. So, but if you book the hotel that the government has provided, for example, then if there is a bus services or shuttle services to the venue, for example, you will be able to use that particular services.
Okay. Is it also possible maybe to buy accommodation that's within the services, like the one on the site? If there's a way we can also buy the accommodation separately.
Yes. What do you mean separately? What do you mean separately? Sorry.
I mean, I have my ticket, and I asked them on the website whether I could also purchase accommodation, because I would like to stay with my own. Since yes, but then they tell me that it's not possible, that I had to buy it together. But when I was buying the thing, it was expensive, so I just bought the ticket. But now I would like to purchase accommodation.
Okay,
so I was wondering if it's still possible.
Okay, we will maybe probably at this point it is not possible, but I can if the request is coming, I can ask the IT department to create that possibility on the website, so you can pay for your accommodation. And another thing is also because the mandate is directly responsible for this, so you can also pay for the accommodation to them, and then they can make the accommodation available for you as well. So that's it. Everything is possible. So,
Okay.
but I will discuss with the IT and see how I can create that particular portal for people.
That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And
another thing is also you can contact any of the hotel and book directly from them. If that is if the creating of the portal is not possible, then the European rep can give you a link to the hotel where you can make your booking yourself with a code.
Okay. Thank you.
To quickly add to that, I think once you've paid for your convention, you're gonna just exercise a little patience. You're gonna get an email, and in that email, you're gonna get the options of the hotels that are within the venue of the event, and then you can go ahead and book your hotel.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. This is for our honorable PM. I'm just asking about after the declaration, the declaration is going to be in December. Like traveling, any one of us that might want to travel from anywhere we are to Nigeria, since we don't have our own airport or airplane or anything like that, and the passport and all that. Is there anything in place to protect us and also improve our safety?
The declaration does not stop you from traveling to wherever you want to travel to. The declaration that is going to happen is a systematic declaration that is going to be documented. And then after that, our guerrilla warfare against our invaders and aggressors will increase. That is the difference we are going to see. And of course, after that, we will have the consent of the Biafra people to do whatever we want to do within the Biafra territory, especially the legitimization of the Nigerian government to the next level. Government houses, the terrorist barracks, bases, will make sure we flush them out of Biafra land. So it is not something that will take one night to do. It is something that will take time. And as time is going on, we will continue to amend our activities, including the passport. We will start coming into force, including the residence card. We will first adopt a digital residency card. So this is something that takes time. It is not something that after the declaration, immediately the night you'll be expecting to have passport. No. We will have to make sure that after the declaration, the Biafra people have given us the consent to delegitimize Nigeria, and that delegitimization will be taken to the next level. So making sure that no presence of Nigeria is in Biafra land. This is something that takes time. I want everybody to understand, not in the 2nd of December now, after the declaration and the signing of those documents by delegate, you will be expecting Nigeria to leave Biafra, or you'll be expecting Gohopo Zodema or state government house to not exist. No, it is a process that takes time. And that particular process will start from the legality and the legitimacy that the Biafra people will give after the declaration. That's what it means. And then the activities we have now will be taken to the next level. So maybe after a few months after the declaration, within 2 months after the declaration, or even a year after the declaration, we will talk about having passport. And then as that is going on, we are also fighting in the global and international level for recognitions. And once the recognitions start coming, then the passport will take its place. The embassies will start opening, and we already have embassies because our liaison offices would automatically become the embassies of Biafra. So we're already putting these structures in place so that we will not be taken unaware. Nigeria, as it is today, may not sustain the war or may not sustain the defense against the aggressions on Biafra land. So we don't know how long they're going to sustain it. But the point is that we will not stop making sure that the aggressors are faced with the equal measure of force that they are coming to our people, our land to kill. So as this is going on, the world will be talking about it. And then the recognition will take its place. Those people who may be against us at a point will not continue to be against what we are doing, and they don't have any choice than to join, because those who say those who are Biafrans who are not supporting us now, and they also at that time they still insist on not supporting us, then they will not have a place in Biafra land. So, and they know it's not going to be easy for them. So they have to be forced to join what we are doing and give voice to it. So this is something that I want everybody to understand, that it is something that takes time and it has process that which we are following and must be followed. Everybody must be ready for that. Thank
you. Thank you, PM. Thank you very much, sir.
Prime Minister to Belgium. Prime Minister, thank you very, very much for all you have been doing. We appreciate you. You told us that you work with speed. We are trying to catch up with the speed of all the enormous and numerous achievements we have achieved so far. And I'm going to donate $50 and that will be submitted to the UK family, and that is to cook ukodo. It's a delicacy in the Robo area, which is ukodo, and I will donate that through the UK family. And I have a question. We all know that it is the interest of what we have in the old Eastern region, which is Biafra land, that all these people are clamoring on, and they have refused to take their knees off our neck. And we all know what this is. And I know for a fact that we are doing our best, contributing towards the defense of the whole of Biafra land. And I was just wondering that maybe we should have a special, more contribution towards the Biafran Navy and all of the area for the coastal region, starting from Bakassi area, because we know that if we touch their interests, the world will, CNN, who has decided to be muted, will open their mouth and say something. I was just wondering, and I know Biafra is being piloted in a capable hand, and I was wondering if our Prime Minister has something to say about that. Thank you.
About Navy, the coastal, from Bakassi?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that the reason why everything has not been so much out there in the media and the rest of the world is because we have not actually hit them in the interest that they have. Their interest, it's what we have in our land, which you rightly said is in the exclusive list. Everything in our area, everything in the old Eastern region, which is Biafra land, it's the interest the international community have, is the interest that the Nigerian government have. So that interest is what we must concentrate on. And I know we're doing a lot for the BLA, and they are doing fantastic job, especially with the very little resources that we have. And I was just wondering if any of our talents in Biafrans that are talented, on how we can concentrate on from the Bakassi Peninsula right to all the coastal region. And that is why Kwama people were, mutilated and killed innocently because of this interest. I was just wondering whether we can really hype the game in all of those areas, so that the world can see what's going on. That's my contribution. I just wanted to know what you say about that.
Yes, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have a template we are following. We are not going to go overboard before the declaration of the restoration of Biafra. So everything is being done according to what we have at hand. And so we don't want to go and focus on just what you are presenting, why we are not prepared, why we have not put every mechanism in place. The most important thing is not attacking those areas you are looking at. The most important thing is to set the structure of Biafra government, very well. And one of the most important structure, the most important thing in this whole Biafra liberation is to make sure that you have met the statehood according to the Montevideo Convention of 1933. And so after this is done, you go into the declaration. And then after that, you have some kind of legitimacy as a consent given to you by the Biafra people through the self-referendum. Then you increase and escalate the legitimization of the Nigeria by taking more drastic measures and more decisive decisions to make sure you starve Nigeria. So in that case, that is what you are going to be doing that will make the international community and the global, on the globe, to Biafra to begin to be discussed on the global stage. So we have all those things, and we are taking them gradually. And as you can see, today they have decided that they are going to be transporting the fuel or the crude oil through trucks. It has never happened in the history of Nigeria. This is the first time, not even the time of Avengers, not even the time of Avengers, that Nigeria has decided to start transporting their crude oil by road. It is because of the pressure coming from this government and the Biafra forces. Many people should be following what is happening in Bakassi Peninsula. Bakassi Peninsula has never been as hot as it is now since the beginning of Nigeria. We will continue. And one thing in Bakassi is that Nigeria has interest rate from the crude oil that they are being exploited from Bakassi Peninsula. Cameroon have their own percentage from the oil exploration in Bakassi Peninsula. So it is not 100% Nigeria. And that is why we are battling with them, with Nigeria and also Cameroon. So it is a joint task force, against the Biafra Navy in the Bakassi Peninsula. And on a daily basis, when they come to kill our people, we defend ourselves and they neutralize many of them. And it is happening on a daily basis. Today, for example, the Biafra Navy neutralized 8 BRF who came to kill Biafra people. 8 of them were neutralized, and so many of their boats is being decimated on daily basis. So this is happening. People don't actually know what is going on. So the point is that as soon as Biafra declaration on the 2nd of December 2024, this whole thing will escalate to the next level, and that's what we're looking for. So we know that what we are doing is not just about the liberation of Biafra, but we have gotten democratically the consent of Biafra people. And we must be able to understand that now what we are doing now is that we are just defending ourselves. Self-defense have been activated. And because the people that are coming to our land to kill come with guns, we have to provide guns to those who have been trained to defend our land so that our women will not be butchered and killed and pursued to the IDP camp. And that's what we are doing. So after this particular declaration, it is not just only a self-defense, but we are also defending our territory. And that is what is going to happen. So this defense is not going into conventional war, but it's going to be a systematic defense of Biafra territory. And we're going to take it block by block, territory by like village by village, city by city. And our target will be Nigeria establishment in Biafra territory. Thank you.
Thank you.
PM. Because I'm Joe, aghọtara m na nwere ndị men and women enwere n'ụlọ ndị na-enyere anyị aka na-echekwa obodo. So ajụjụ nke mbụ m chọrọ ịjụ ndị a niile a na-ekwu okwu ya enyekwere ha adequate training, and nke ọzọ wụ na not just adequate training, the training adịkwa continuous, like continuous training a na-enye ha. I mean, iji make sure na ha rụrụ ọrụ ha ọfụma. So nke ahụ wuru ofu. Nke ọzọ m chọrọ ịjụwo o nwere oge PM oge ị na-ekwu okwu ikwuru okwu maka ndị Nigerian military ndị a na-neutralize, and amakwa that na Biafrans nwere men na the military. So o nwere any o nwere ka esi emega Biafrans surprise, you know, maybe I mean Biafrans na military, so ka ha hapụ I mean, ka ha hapụ ịbịa na Biafra land, or maybe ka ha hapụ military or something like that, you know, in a way na maybe a neutralize military ka ọ hapụ ịwụ na a neutralize Biafrans, because nke ahụ ajụ nke bụ nchọrọ ịjụ. So ya mụ na oke nkwana anọ m na Belgium, anọ nke a na-enye gị sọ mmanya and chocolate ka anyị na-ata ebe a. So aga m eji 200 euro na anyị gị chocolate so that oge iru ofi.
Thank you very much. Ị jụrụ ajụjụ ka ndị Igbo yi. So and ọ bụrụ na Belgium ka isi aka m ịdọ gị vam this evening, but because this is Belgium, so I'm going to address this question very well, because I know the question is coming from a camp that is very far from what we are doing. So I will address this question very, very in a very modest way. So one is that, yes, we are training Biafra Liberation Army and Biafra Defense Forces regularly, and that is why there is no person in Biafra land that is going to IDP camp as a result of the Biafra forces. That's number one, because the Biafra forces are trained to make sure they engage the enemy who come to displace these women and children that they have done in the past, and now they are not doing it again. So the Biafra Defense Forces has been trained to protect Biafra people, and that is, you know, the highest level of a training to make sure they understand the rule of engagement. So yes, the training is a continuous training, not just about carrying gun, but also they are being trained how to handle civilians, how to rescue them from the hand of terrorists if they find themselves being kidnapped, how to also engage Nigerian army who come to kill them, and make sure we don't suffer any casualty of civilians. They have trained, and this is happening every day in Imo State. For example, the war is going there. You don't see when they engage these people, you see that they are killing civilians or civilians are falling. Rather, the message will always been passed to the people to evacuate from those areas before the Nigerian military will come to attack. But it is from the Nigeria state that whenever they come and they get defeated, they turn against our people. So you see, it is the Nigerian government and Nigeria army. That's why I call them terrorist army. They are the one who lack training. They are the one who have not demonstrated to follow the rule of engagement. You don't kill people that doesn't have gun and does not fight you with gun, but that is what they do, and which I believe you must have seen that in several videos, how they molest people, how they kill and intimidate people. You know, so the Biafra army have been trained to protect Biafra people and only Biafra people. And Biafra Liberation Army is different from Nigeria Army. Biafra Liberation Army understand that the only reason they carry gun is because Biafra people have been subjugated to all manner of murder, massacre, mass killing, genocide from 1967. And the reason they have given them gun and they carry gun is to defend the people that have been victim of one Nigeria since the creation of Nigeria. So they are the only forces that understand these pains as victims they are. And remember that most of these people who are now in Biafra Liberation Army have lost their family members to the Nigeria state. They are the people that have lost loved ones from bombardment to burning of the villages, and also the mass murder of many people. So many of them are in the Biafra Liberation Army, and they have vowed that that will not happen. As a matter of fact, I am also a product of that particular massacre of Nigeria state. I have shared a story of how Nigeria army with Fulani invaded my village and killed people, massacred them, cut their head off, and the surviving one of the survivors recognized in Nigeria that Nigeria military were part of this massacre. It happened in my village, and those victims are people that I know personally by myself. The man who survived, I know him personally. One of the man that his head was cut off, his son is also part of this movement. His son has actually, contacted me to join the Biafra Liberation Army. I have not given him green light. He's based in Libya. I told him to wait. It is not the time yet. So if he found himself in Biafra land and joined Biafra Liberation Army, believe me, he is going to be very brutal against the enemy, because his father was killed by the people that the Nigerian army shielded and supported, and his father's head was cut off in my village.
Oh.
So this is something that, this is something that many people don't know. So when some of us are fighting like this, we have seen something that you don't see. So it is not until it happens to you, then you understand that actually something very bad and terrible is happening in Nigeria, and you must support this movement. So my brother, the second question, what was the second question again? Because most of the answers that I'm giving to you people is not answering yes or no. I need to give explanation. I need to explain in detail so that the team will assimilate. So what was the second question again?
Yeah, so the second question, was around the efforts being made to make sure that Biafrans in the Nigerian military are not being neutralized.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. So the Biafrans in the military, we have continuously shouting that they must leave the Nigerian army. And it did not start from me. It started from Onyendu. Onyendu shouted and shouted. During that time he was shouting, I was also shouting on social media. And there has been a lot of publication to make them leave the Nigerian army, and them also are being marginalized within that particular Nigerian army. So it is not like they are enjoying it. It's not like they are benefiting anything. You can imagine people that are being paid 50,000 every month, while when Nigeria, in this last 3 months, Nigeria has hired mercenaries, including from Saudi Arabia, and they pay them 1,500 a day to come and fight in Imo State. And most of them have been neutralized. And why they are paying the people in Nigeria 50,000? They pay mercenaries 1,500 a day to come to Imo State. All those people they brought to Imo State, where are they today? We have neutralized all of them. The Asari Dukubo's team or Asari Dukubo men are even paid better than them. Where are they today? That is why Asari is running mad on social media. Many people don't know what is happening to him. He's running mad because those people he recruited, all of them are gone. And they were all neutralized in Biafra land. So we will continue to shout to our people to leave the Nigeria. I mean, it is never a better place for them. But also let me also inform you that anybody carrying gun coming to Biafra land in Nigeria army uniform is a criminal, is a terrorist, and is an enemy to us. So after listening to after knowing what they do to our people, you come and they front you, you will die in Biafra land. And it's just like people that are involved in kidnapping somebody like Derico. Are you going to say that Derico, because Derico is an Igbo man, he come to your house to steal and kill people, so you are not going to defend yourself? And if you know how to neutralize him, you're not going to neutralize him? No. So we regard those people that are still in Nigeria army as Derico of this time. So we'll give them the treatment you will give to Derico if you have the opportunity. I believe you know who is Derico, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Derico Mama in those days in Anambra. So these are people you don't have mercy on criminals who are ready to kill you if they have the opportunity. So anybody that is wearing Nigerian army uniform to come to our land to kill is regarded as enemy. The only thing you need to do is when they send you, you resign. Many people are resigning. Many people are leaving. Many people are fleeing. And many of them who fled have made contact with us. And they understand that whenever you make contact to the Biafra government, you are safe. We'll make sure if you have something to offer to the Biafra government, to the liberation of Biafra, we will give you the opportunity to give us what you have. So it is happening every day. So we'll give this opportunity to everybody. Well, let me tell everybody that this particular bombardment and the killing by the Nigeria state did not start today. We are only putting an end to it, and you must support it. Remember that for many years, we have been crying every time we cry. Oh, nobody is doing anything. Ndibo is being doing that. Ndibo is doing that and doing this. Remember, after the election, our market, our businesses were burnt. In all these things that was happening, nobody, not even P2B, stood up to speak against the destruction of businesses in Lagos after the pressure, much pressure have come to him. I was the one who made a pronouncement of bringing the Eastern Security Network then to Lagos. And I threatened that we are going to impose sit at home in Lagos, which the Lagos government knows that I was not joking. That was how the attack, physical attack against Ndibo ended. But what did they do? They re-strategized and begin to go through the court, begin to use the court order to destroy their properties. And so we actually saved Ndibo in Lagos from physical attack being sponsored by the Lagos state government. But what we did not save them from is from them using the rotten judiciary to get court order to destroy their, to legally destroy their structure and the investment in Lagos, which is happening in Abuja as well. So we have actually saved their life, because if we didn't do that, and we really mean the business of bringing the sit at home in Lagos, but if they did not stop that particular attack, we would have done it. But that particular threat actually stopped it. So what they lose in Lagos is only their properties, but their life is still intact. So I want everybody to reflect on what transpired and what happened after the election. It was very, very bad. That should have wakened everybody, every Igbo man and every Biafran up, that it is time to quit Nigeria. And with your support, we are going to do it. So I thank you very much. Share this message to every person in Belgium who may have the same a question from you. Thank you.
Belgium is not delivered today. Our house of the Belgium, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say that we are not bothered and worried about sabotage. Our promise to sabotage will make your life miserable as you live. Will make your life very, very miserable as you live as a sabotage. So we are not worried. I am not bothered about sabotage. You can sabotage as much as you want. I give you the floor, but I will make your life very miserable. You can never sabotage this struggle and succeed. So if you want to walk away, you walk away silently. But if you think you want to walk away and sabotage, I will make your life miserable and you can never succeed. That's my word to any sabotage. So I thank Belgium. It has been a very successful one. At this point, we are 6,600 viewers on Twitter alone. Wow. And it is a record that we are having on most of these stores. So Belgium has been liberated, just like the finance.
Thank you. Thank you, my Prime Minister. We love you, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The organizing committee, the director of the Foreign Affairs, Dr. Joy Irobi. You know, one thing about this government is that once you are doing well, your rank will continue to go higher. Everybody knows how Joy Irobi has distinguished herself very well in the Biafra government. And today, she is the Director General of the Foreign Affairs Department, and she have done it again. And I want to thank and appreciate your team for making sure that this particular tour is a very successful one. The IPOB Nigeria has done everything to blackmail, and they put fear on you people, yet you come out in numbers, and here we are today. And everybody is interested to see what Belgium has to offer. They have seen it. And then also my appreciation to the COS Wanyoma Ngozi Orabreze, the woman that they have accused of being Nigeria agent. The PM and is sitting by the side of the PM to make sure everything is going well. And then, of course, I cannot continue without recognizing the finance minister, Odozie Gowan. Biafra government, Mazoge, Nkere. Thank you very much for always being there. And of course, the wonder working the pharmacist Diana, who is now making sure that America people are waking up from their slumber. I want to thank you. The entire BRGIE cabinet, from those who are praying very hard, like Bishop Comfort, the prayer warrior, Apostle Steve, and I don't know how many of you are here. In fact, I want every cabinet member to be on the screen, please. From every cabinet member.
Biafrans, I greet you all once again. I want to use this opportunity with me I get for here to remind every one of us we have over 6,000 watching. This coming Sunday, 12th of May 2024, our Prime Minister, His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Mazi Simon Ekpa, will be coming live to Spain. He will be live in Spain. He will be visiting Spain. So I am inviting every one of us, anywhere you are in the world, try and join. The meeting point, it will be a Zoom. There will be a Zoom link. A Zoom link will be shared. It's just a free entry. Everybody is welcome. Come join our Prime Minister in Spain, live and direct. You are welcome to this wonderful occasion. We continue. I want us to remember, waiting with the do. Now God hand the day inside. We must continue. As we continue to watch our Prime Minister and listen to our Prime Minister in his messages, like I promised you today, his messages is what we will listen to. Maybe for next 2 or 3 hours, we will listen and we will know and understand and learn from whatever he is going to be dishing out to us. So we will continue listening to him. But before then, remember this announcement is very important. And before then, let's take on this.
And that's not for it. Now they can say any day he shifts from this particular position, we should fight against him. We're not going to fight against him. We'll address him and advise him. So we are saying today, we stand by the truth. All those people that are fighting against Biafra, why they are in IPOB, whether you're under security, whether you're in IPOB, whether you're under the elders, whichever way you are, to go to Gadiama. Brunya Patwana, and now to go to Gadiama. You look for Yana, and now to go to Gadiama. Would you take care of Habatibuquayo? I don't have Tibuquayo. Please be about Tibuquayo.
So we continue. So here is another wonderful message from our Prime Minister. We move.
That Biafra struggle. Everybody knows what is going on today in the Biafra liberation. The records are there. We've done tremendously very well with your support. We've made history already with your support. The government structure is in place. All the government institutions are all in place. We've raised the Biafra Army. We've raised the Biafra Defense Forces. We've been able to put the de facto government in Biafra land functional. We've been able to have all the counties, many districts, state activated. We've been able to vote and adopted the establishment of the Biafra State Police. We've been able to unveil the Biafra National ID card. We have also kickstarted the Biafra self-referendum. All these things happening simultaneously within just 1 year plus. And not only that, we've also activated and unveiled the Biafra coin. We have been able to also vote on the establishment of Bank of Biafra. We voted on the Federal Reserve, which will later, as will be contemplated, will later be called the Confederate Reserve, since we are practicing the Confederation, a Confederate state. We've been able to achieve all this, making sure that Biafra struggle is not only just a struggle, but the nation becomes reality. And on this note, we've been able to move the liberation of Biafra from awareness to a realistic restoration. For this realistic restoration, since we have been able to conquer the airspace, the airwave of Biafra, as being confessed by the Janjaweed terrorist army chief, we are now taking it to the global level, to the global stage. The global stage in the sense that the US Congress, United Nations, European Union level, that is our next target. And that's exactly what we are doing. We've already started that. Not that alone, we have also moving straight to getting recognition from many countries. That particular recognition is already on the pipeline. And we are expected to get at least 5 recognition before the declaration of Biafra, coming later this year, November, December. And I want everybody to understand that what we are doing today is something that God has ordained. No spirit, no man will stop Biafra from becoming an independent state this year. I want you to understand that this independent state is not going to happen just a one-time declaration. What we are going to do is the declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra. And then after that, we start the process of defending it. The defense of this Biafra nation is not going to happen in 1 day. It may not happen in 3 months. It may not even happen in 1 year. It may not even happen in 2 years. But the process will begin immediately the pronouncement of the declaration of the restoration of Biafra here in Finland, as will be also consented by many delegates coming from all over the world, including some of you from Austria. This particular roadmap and template we have followed, and this has worked for the Biafra government so far. I just want to take your mind a little bit back, how we started, where we are today. Today, we have been able to establish many liaison offices across the world, including in Austria. And we expect that these liaison officers and representatives of the Biafra Republic government in exile will increase as we forge ahead and get closer to the declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra this year. Everything we are doing today is only going to work for Biafra and not anybody else. We are not going to follow the path previous people or previous agitators has followed. We are also not going to follow the path that many other nations has followed that work for them. We have identified the roadmap that will work for Biafra, only for Biafra, considering the fact that Nigeria is a very, very dangerous and corrupt state with the complicity and a very dangerous diversity that have made everybody that dare to speak for the people a scapegoat and a target for assassination. We have been able to defeat the fear by embarking on numerous civil disobedience since the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. This particular civil disobedience that the Biafra government continued to push in Biafra territory has further shown and confirmed the delegitimization of Nigeria within Biafra land. Today, we are proving to the world, when the time comes, the evidences are there, that Biafra people have lost confidence in anything Nigeria. That Biafra people have chosen only the Biafra Republic government in Ezza as the only legitimate government that speak for them and fight for their interests. Any negotiation in any level and anywhere that Biafra government is not involved can never stand. You can't negotiate one-sided and expect peace to reign. The only thing that we lay a very good background for lasting peace, if there should be peace at all, must involve the Biafra Republic government in exile on the table. And that only path to peace is considering the fact that Biafra Republic government in exile has organized the ongoing self-referendum. Ratification of this result will go a very long way in restoring peace and order for the good of those who may have business interests in Biafra territory. Ignoring the Biafra Republic government in exile democratic process will backfire. As it stands today, we are not just fighting for freedom, we are also fighting to preserve our life, our culture, and the right to live. It is no longer about just independence. No, we are now fighting for survival. We are facing extinction, annihilation, ethnic cleansing, genocide, sponsored by the Nigerian government, and being orchestrated and powered by the Nigerian terrorist army. Today, we have seen videos circulating on social media of the army having a badge that we are yet to confirm which country is that. We know that there are many mercenaries that have hired in the past. Most of those mercenaries were neutralized in Biafra territory as they come to kill our people. But today, the video that I have seen, which I am still investigating, shows there is a badge that looks like Hamas Palestinian badge, but I believe it may not be a Hamas badge. I believe it's one of those African neighboring countries. So it has come to the fact that a war has been brought to our doorstep. And those who will think that they are not going to support this Biafra today to defend our land against these invaders and murderers, you may be the next victim. It is the responsibility of every one of you, anywhere you are in the world today, to know that the only hope you have remains the Biafra Republic government in exile. And every other thing that comes with it, every other person that parade or group that parade themselves are free to do so, but must not interfere in the process that we have laid and the process we put on ground to see the restoration of independent state of Biafra starting from this year. I want everybody to understand that this struggle we left long time ago, and now liberation is a process that must be followed diligently, step by step. As we move forward to the global stage to put Biafra on a global discussion, we have also set the principle that is going to guide this step. We've also made sure that many contact has been established for the speed up of the recognition of Biafra government. And this process is ongoing. Not limited to using lobbyists, not limited to using international consultancy firm, not limited to using whatever mechanism and measures necessary and available to us to see the recognition of Biafra government in the few coming months. People of Biafra in Austria, you have been a very big part and very big player of what you see today, the success we've recorded today in the exile government. I remember when this whole thing started, it was as if the whole world have ended on the side of the Biafra people. We saw how the Nigerian government bragged why they've blindfolded Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Abuja, and every one of them were bragging and giving statement how Biafra hope has ended. They bragged that IPOB will no longer exist because there is something they know that many of you do not know. And that was the exposition that the so-called Chike Dozie made the other day. They said they have handed over the Eastern Security Network to governors and they are paying them. It is not a surprise because this is what we know. And there are many reasons. The decision we've taken today come with many, many reasons. The decision we took to make sure nobody will talk about Eastern Security Network again is something that is deeper than many of you can ever imagine. I remember when the Chief of Staff was sharing a message, a directive from me, that nobody should mention from today, that time, Eastern Security Network, or what we have now is Biafra Liberation Army. Many of these criminals use it to do propaganda. They say, you see it, they thought they have destroyed IPOB. Now, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up, they want to destroy it. These are the people who, for the past 3 years, never talked anything about Eastern Security Network because they believe they succeeded in selling these young men to the governors in return for monetary compensation. And they never mentioned them. From year 1, year 2, everything was gone. All they did was to continue to expose the locations and camps of those they believe they knew who have turned against them when they know that these people have sold out. They did everything to, blackmail them and expose their location for them to be slaughtered like they slaughtered many people. They did not succeed. After 2.5 years, they came back again to tell you that is Eastern Security Network. Before then, we've already seen what many of you did not see. One, the reason why Eastern Security Network remain banned today is because they have sold out and have given them to the Nigerian government. And for that reason, we will never allow them, that name, to be mentioned until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. 2 is that for the fact that they are using the Eastern Security Network as a name to commit all manner of crimes and atrocities against our people, against their own colleagues, whom they trained together, died together, took oath together to preserve and defend our land. We see it as a sabotage of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because what they do is to use their name to commit crimes in order to put those crimes on the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as somebody who founded the founder of the Eastern Security Network. 3, because of the current situation of the justice system in Nigeria, where elephants can fly, we decided that anything that has to do with Eastern Security Network should be abolished to make sure nobody is using in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu created it to carry out the liberation of Biafra. Today we have done that. And what we have today is what we call the Biafra Liberation Army. So whatever that is going on with the Biafra Liberation Army and the terrorist state police or state-sponsored uniformed men in Biafra land has nothing to do with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you see, the criminals continue to drag Eastern Security Network and IPOB to it. Why we continue to do clarification that the Biafra government has unveiled the Biafra forces, defense forces, which have taken responsibility in making sure that those who come to kill our women and children like the young man usually do will not live to tell the story. Every day, they continue to tell these people to use Eastern Security Network. After 3 years, they came and gathered boys to snap pictures and snap videos and start sharing it on social media. And nobody was asking them. In 2021, when they say everybody should return their guns and their then gun, why did they do so? In 2022, none of these people talked about Eastern Security Network. In 2023, none of them talked about Eastern Security Network. What were they doing? Because it never existed. They thought they have sold everything. And those who know what was going on from the beginning immediately turned to autopilot. And they begin to expose them. They say, oh, say Hutokwa, ESN don't have camp there. Kigwe, ESN don't have, where they begin to point camps where the original Eastern Security Network has turned their back on them. Today, they did not succeed. We have fortified men with modern, sophisticated weapons to fight, and they have metamorphosed to Biafra Liberation Army. And by next October, November, December, it is no longer going to be just Liberation Army. They will become the full-fledged Biafra Army. And that's where we are going. But before then, wonders will happen in Nigeria. We are not backing down. And if you listen to the national anthem of Biafra, there is a lot of deep message from the national anthem you just listened to. And like I said, this gun that we are picking up to defend our land can never ever go down until Biafra is defended and become an independent state. I want everybody to understand that we are not just living in the present, we are living in the future. While others were castigating, waiting for Biafra to fall, we planned ahead of them. Today, we have secured our land, others are being butchered. But during this time, the criminals that was piloting the affair of Biafra before was busy castigating every step we made. I want you to ask yourself today, especially those of you in Austria, if we follow the path that you have followed, where are we going to be today? What will be the fate of the people you left behind back home? What will be the fate of your communities? Considering the killings, ethnic cleansing, jihadist movement happening across Nigeria, you think that Biafra land would have been an exception? The answer is no. But as I'm speaking to you today, the cloud is gathering in Biafra land. The terrorists has come, and they are waiting for every opportunity to discredit what we are doing by attacking a certain community. And we are watching them. Because the next thing now is that you will see that this community has been attacked and people are butchered. They will say, oh, where is the Biafra Liberation Army? I thought you would say you have army. Believe me, before you make any move against this Biafra, we know. And when we let it happen, we let it happen for a purpose. And we're waiting for that propaganda to start. But before then, you will receive message from us, a very, very sound message, which is coming. I want everybody to understand that we are not sleeping. The way enemy is not sleeping, they are not sleeping, is the same way we are not sleeping. I no longer sleep. And I will not sleep so long as God continue to give me the strength to continue to stay awake. To make sure that every step enemy is taking, we are taking times 100 ahead of them, waiting for them to make a move. So there is no sleep in our eyes these days. I want you to understand as we are not sleeping, they are also not sleeping. I welcome all of you. Thank you for inviting me to Austria. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, the unveiling of our currency and the unveiling of our digital satellite and radio and all these other things. Do you think the speed is not too much?
Well, anybody that is talking about speed with me is making mistake because there is no speed that around today that is too much. We have been fighting this Biafra since 1967. So it is not when we started, it is not when IPOB started, it is not when Mossab started, it is not when BZM or whatever started, it is not when they started. We started since 1967. And the struggle continued after that. So when you look at it, you find out that it is over 50 years. The killing that led to the declaration of Biafra did not stop. In fact, after the declaration of no vanquish, no victor, no vanquish, which was a scam, the killings systematically increased. It is not only about the killing now, the political disenfranchisement, marginalization, ethnic cleansing, and what have you. Then it was in the north. Now it is no longer in the north. They have brought it back to our own land. The killing is now happening in our own land. What led to the declaration of Biafra was the pogrom against Biafra people in the north. Basically, it didn't happen in Biafra soil, right? But it happened in the northern part of Nigeria. Today, it is not just in the northern part, but it is happening in our own land. So that is to show you how advanced the whole thing has been from that time till now. That these people are coming with weapons, with machete to kill our people, chop up their head, destroy their intestine and all that in our own face, right before us. So there is a need for something to be done as fast as possible. And if you think that I'm running over speed, this is not even over speed because believe me, if Biafra have responded the way they responded during Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Yendu, by now, not you will be, I don't know where, believe me, by now everybody will be there will be an exodus. I am telling you the fact. If we had the resources that they had when they were paying $80,000 every month to some stupid scammers in the United States who call themselves lobbyists, if we have it now, that particular resources now, believe me, in the next 5 months, there will be an exodus of Biafrans from Europe, from America. I am telling you the fact. If we have the resources that they had when they were paying $60,000 to Allen White every month, in the next 5 months, there will be an exodus of Biafrans. Believe me. So when you see what is happening now with the limited resources we have, a lot of people see it as speed. How can you compare what is happening now to over 50 years of subjugation, where many groups have come to shout Biafra only to get themselves enriched, where many people have come to shout Biafra only to become kingmakers and abandon Biafra? When they do that, they become kingmakers, they become part of the decision makers, they begin to choose those who will win election in Biafra land and those who will not win election in Biafra land. And they continue to say Biafra, Biafra. Some of them even have people they give uniform and they are guiding them. They still say they are fighting for Biafra. So in these years that Biafra people have seen hell in Nigeria, nothing. There is nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. There is no roadmap. You know, some people carry fire. They were running up and down. They say, where is your roadmap? Where is your roadmap? Where is your, you know, can they now come now and ask me, where is my roadmap? Can they now come and ask Biafra government?
You know, some people carry fire.
Yeah, so can they now come and ask Biafra government, where is your roadmap? The point is that, like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, he prayed to God in Israel. Please, somebody is making noise. And God told him that when the time comes, he will send men. So it is something that is very, very deep. And when this time comes, the speed you see now, it should have been more faster. But because Nigeria, with the agent within IPOB, did a lot of damage unexpectedly. Like nobody envisioned what happened. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. So after when that thing happened, the Nigerian government believed that now it is the end. Everybody saw how they bragged. They were even giving press statement in Hausa language so that we will not understand what was said. It happened. The heaven did not fall. Malami gave a press statement when something that has to do with the entire people who call themselves Nigerian.
That's correct.
And the people were addressed in Hausa. Do you understand Hausa language? How many people understand Hausa? You know, so this is a pure celebration of the end of Biafra to us. But you know, God said, when the time comes, I will send men. And when he was captured, that was that time that God told him. The time is now that I have raised men to come. Immediately was captured, God raised men. All of you here are part of those people and those men that God raised. Because without you, there is nothing, this speed you are talking about will not be there. So God have used each and every one of you. Even if you have put 1 naira, you are part of this movement. You are part of this speed you are talking about. So, my brother, this speed is not enough. It is not what I wanted to be more. I want this speed to be a rocket. And we are still getting there. Because let me tell you, you know how the agent, you know, they like blackmail, they like propaganda. We don't do propaganda. Our own is practical. And one thing is this. In a freedom fighting like this, there are certain things we are making public. The reason why we make this in public is so our people who their brain has been damaged because of the system, corrupt system, and the complicity of Nigeria will start to think. Otherwise, we're not supposed to be shouting on social media. You know, sometimes there are some certain things we do, and the reason we do it is to tell the people that something is happening. And without that, they will not show up. Because we understand the mentality that Nigeria have inflicted on our people. So you need to prove beyond reasonable doubt as a criminal case for your people to actually know that you are indeed really wanting to liberate them. So we go and do something what we shouldn't have been doing on social media. Because when you look at other people fighting for freedom, you see the unification of the people, you see the unity in them, you see that everybody wants freedom, even when you are not doing it the way they want. But for the fact that you are shouting there is a freedom you need, everybody will join you. But in our own, no, not like that. The people who claim to be fighting for the freedom will tell you that instead you get this freedom, let everybody die. That is to show you that people who have been shouting this freedom were not actually fighting for freedom. It is the same thing every other person have done in the past. Anybody that wants freedom, you don't need to go and start telling the person that is going to get it or saying he's going to get the freedom. Instead, he will get the freedom, let everybody die. It means you never fought for freedom from the beginning. It means that all the thing you were doing was not actually for freedom. And somebody told me in confidence that they have observed the freedom, the agitation for the Biafra freedom, and every other thing that was happening was just a political pressure group, which I have consistently said on social media, that these people are political pressure group. And that was why I gave them the name IPOB Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was caught in the cobweb of these people. They used him, they used his position very, very well for their own benefit. Many of them use him to get connection to the governors. Many of them use him to get connection to the commissioners. Many of them use him to expand their criminality within Biafra territory. This is what is happening. And he knew, but the way out was a problem. You know, there is a place there is a way you find yourself in the midst of problem, you will want to play along until God will do magic. That was actually what happened. because he cannot have these people and still be looking for 100 men. He was not hidden. But how will it happen? He doesn't know. And for the fact that he has made a lot of I am telling you because this is somebody I have had meeting one-on-one several times where none of these people were part of this meeting. And I know what we discussed before we meet the people we're meeting. So, you know, there is this, when you lose a lot of things in what you are doing, instead of losing everything, you will want to hang on there and wait for the right time to come when God will intervene and things will take its shape. That actually will happen. Unfortunately, he got kidnapped. And when I was making exposition, I told Biafrans, there are people who betrayed him on afterthought. Afterthought, betrayal. Yes. It does not necessarily mean that they were part of the planning to kidnap him in Kenya. But after the kidnap, they took the advantage. It becomes afterthought. Based on the event that was unfolding, based on some certain decisions or directive it gave, they become a violence against him. So they took the turn and joined those who actually participated in planning the kidnap. So there are different categories of betrayal in this. So we need this speed you talked about in order to cover over 50 years since 1999 after the 1970. We suffered till 1999 when Wazirike started and there was nothing to show for it. So we need to cover those things that they did not do, which we are doing now. The structure of government, you cannot be fighting for freedom and you have people who don't know what to do, who don't know how to represent you in international level, who are not presentable, who does not meet any requirement criteria of a state manhood. That there is not just 0.1 person in this whole IPOB that parade themselves at the leadership. Which one person will go and say, I am representing you, and he will be regarded as a statesman? Just mention one person. That is none. And these are the things that decision makers in international community look at. Is it the people that are going to control the nation? Nobody is going to listen to you. And that's why because they know that they were not actually fighting for Biafra. I am saying this thing now in details. I may even say it more when our satellite will be on air. Because they thought that we are not broadcasting again and all that. But I don't know that we are still coming. We will come with it to quake. The broadcast that is coming now is going to hit the zoo like earthquake, because everything is set, every structure is set, everything from the de facto to the Biafra government in exile to the defense forces to the Biafra Justice Ministry to the next we are hitting on air now is the aviation ministry, the Biafra aviation. I am telling you, you don't know what is coming. We will scatter this whole thing and build it again, and we are going to become one of the best countries, especially the civilization will begin from Biafra in Africa. I am telling you the fact. So everybody should just watch. There is nothing we do today that is over speed. It is something that needed to have been done since many years when this whole thing started and nobody did it. So we want to take our time. So when you see this speed going, we are taking time to do it. Believe me, we are taking time. When you see it happening now, it has been a very long time from the beginning coming. So we're just putting those things together, those things together. And now that we have finished with the structure of the government, what you are going to be seeing in the next few coming weeks or months is the lobbies of the Biafra government in exile. You are going to see Biafra being discussed at the Congress. You are going to see the recognition of Biafra government. Those things that people were asking, where is the lobbies? You are going to see it now. Because when you have people to lobby for you, you have something they are lobbying about. Not just because you are an agitator. Okay? You not just lobby for agitate because you're agitating for freedom, go out somebody to lobby for you. It doesn't work like that. You need to have something in place
that will convince the people you are going to lobby. You are going to the office to lobby for the recognition of your government. If we are still doing IPOB, for example, and we're going to go and lobby, what are we lobbying for? What are we lobbying for? What you are going to lobby for is to present yourself as a government, as the only legitimate government whom the Biafra people has given their allegiance to, and the only recognized government by the same Biafra people that will speak on their behalf. So the government that you are lobbying to must have that particular understanding that you are now standing to speak for the Biafra people. Nigeria have lost the legitimacy through the actions and the inactions of the Biafra people from the civil disobedience and what have you. So that evidence are there. So these are the things you put in place. You know, when we are shouting, sit at home must continue. They will say, what have you gained? This is what we gain. This is one of them. The legitimization of the people that are representing Nigeria with the Biafra land. They have lost that particular trust in the people. They have threatened them, if you don't go to work, they will sack you. Nobody listened. They have said, if you don't open shop, you're going to lock it. Nobody listened. They understand it. But you know what? They lied. They say, you are destroying the economy. They know you are not destroying the economy, but they are fighting to save their asses. And we still will, because we know what we are doing. But many of these criminals do not understand it. They are now fighting for Nigeria. They tell you, sit at home, you're destroying everywhere. Sit at home is better than throwing bombs. And if we come to the point of throwing that bombs, we're going to throw it. But yet, not this time. We want to fight a very systematic war, not like before. And that systematic war is what we are using to defeat them. They will continue to cry, and we will continue to move mountain in the international community. And the next thing you are going to be seeing before this November-December declaration, you are going to see that many people, many countries will recognize Biafra as independent. Just watch, mark my word today. You are going to be seeing recognition because we have moved towards that direction. And it is a diplomatic war that we are fighting to make other nations recognize Biafra. And already many countries are on the pipeline. You're going to see it happen before November, December. Thank you.
Yeah. Quickly for the final one. You know, since last month, you unveiled the currency. Nigerian terrorist country, they are let loose. They are running hater-skater, even in the National Assembly. Now, I don't know how prepared, because they're gonna attack our portal. I don't know how prepared you are for that, because they're gonna train people now to come attack our portal.
We are aware of that, and if they attack our border, or it's not a new thing.
No, I mean our portal.
Okay, you mean okay? I thought you said border. Okay, you mean our portal? Nobody will attack our portal. I'm assuring you that nobody will attack our portal. The only thing is that they will block it, that you will not access it from the zoo, which is normal. We don't care. Actually, it is people can access it through the VPN and all that. So we are setting up that particular possibility to bypass with the VPN. You know, in a cryptocurrency, sometimes they don't allow the VPN. So we are working on that to make that bypass possible. Apart from that, nobody will attack this. And let me tell you that we have gone far with innovation, especially within this government. One is that the Biafra Security Administration website is built and controlled by Biafra. And if you go to the entire Africa, I don't think any country today have more secured and a security featured ID card like the Biafra government in exile. Even from exile, we have a facial recognition, Gmail verification, integrated platform into the website. So who can beat that? From exile, we are not yet controlling a sovereign state, but from exile, we already have a security featured ID card to make sure there is no fraud. So that fraud has been eliminated. You can never duplicate that Biafra ID card. You can never get two ID cards with a separate name, with two different names, because the Gmail verification will not approve you to identify you immediately that you have applied before. That have eliminated anything forgery from our ID card, and we are going to use it to enter our passport, issuing a passport. In Nigeria today, anybody can have passport. both terrorists from anywhere, just when you have your money. But in Biafra, government in exile, we have eliminated it even from ID card. So the portal can never be attacked. That's the promise we're giving the Biafra people. And again, our satellite TV, satellite radio, and then also our social media app, which I have not even mentioned. That one is coming. You are going to have a free communication, just like you are using WhatsApp. You know, I've been saying this thing for a very long time. It is costing us a lot of money. It is going to come very, very soon. You will have that channel where you will talk freely, and everything is on our own dedicated server, our own customized server, where nobody else, we build it by ourselves. So we have everything installed in code. So nobody have access to it. Nobody can interfere in what we're doing. And the broadcast, every broadcast will be coming from there. We are coming with the shocker. You know, they say if you allow Biafra to go, they will become China, they will become Japan. We are already showing that we are more than that. And Biafra is not just about a mind. You know, some people tell you Biafra is, we are making it a reality. I told Onyendu, if you do not have anything on the table, I will bring it to the table. I told Onyendu, if this Biafra you people are fighting is not real, I am going to make it real. I said, if the people I see with you are not fighting, I will drag everybody to Biafra. And believe me, I will go to any length to make it happen. And this year will be the beginning. For the very first time after 1967, that Biafra will be redeclared, restored here from diaspora, and we are carrying this Biafra to Biafra land after defense of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we continue. We still have some more to go. But before then, remember, this coming Sunday, our Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, Biafra Republic Government in exile, Mazi Simon Ekpa, will be live in Spain. Live in Spain, and I will encourage you to be there as well. Join us in Spain as we celebrate his entrance in a big way. Let's check on this. Where is this now? All right, my wonderful people, we still have this to go on. Let's go. We continue.
Aims and scopes of the Biafra Republic government in exile to our people in peace. We understand that this government has gone way beyond any government, most of the government in Africa. We have achieved more than we have ever experienced as of then when we are referred to as Nigerians. But now that we have taken over government by ourselves, we have accomplished a lot just in the space of 1.5 years and counting, or less than 1.5 years. The following are the aims and the scope of the government, of our government in exile. We focus on diplomacy and advocacy on behalf of Biafrans, international relations on behalf of Biafrans, human rights and protection of Biafra citizens, national unity and reconciliation. Preparations for return to homeland. This is very, very important. We must ensure that the upcoming declaration that is going to take place in Finland is well prepared for. If you have not gotten your tickets, please do so because you will not be able to get tickets because the seats are very, very limited. Ensuring that the people of Biafra exercise their basic human rights as mandated by the UN's Charter on People's Rights, and as well as to maintain security, democracy, social, cultural, and economic stability of Biafra people in its territory. Providing citizens with initiatives in the sense that Biafrans across the globe who are genuinely interested and have interest of Biafra at heart knows that this is one and only legitimate government of Biafra that they have. Offering administrative services to the large Biafran communities in diaspora outside the Biafran territory. As we all know, our liaison offices are now active. The government is right there in your doorstep. So whatever you need, please always reach out to your country representative. They are there to serve you. Their sole purpose is to ensure that all your needs are met in the country of your residence. Please do not hesitate to reach out to them whenever you need any service from the Biafra Republic government in exile. We are all aware of the ongoing identification registration for the identification document. There is another initiative that the government has put out there to be able to identify its citizens in diaspora. So please, if you have not applied for an ID card, please also do so. And the most importantly, to give your data to the Biafra Republic government in exile, because as we are having the process of identification, issuance of identification card, we are at the same time collecting data of Biafrans in diaspora. Of course, the government has its door open for alliances and to facilitate communication within the international stage, providing asylum support documents for Biafran citizens seeking for international protection in accordance with the UN Charter on Human Rights Protection. So please, if you're an asylum seeker, you need help, ensure to go to the Biafra government's webpage, apply for the process. Of course, it might take time because of the backlog that that we might have at hand. So please give the Foreign Ministry the time to process your applications, and in due course, you will get a response from them. To remind the free world that Biafra Republic government in exile serves and represents the genuine interest of Biafrans, And that is a living proof that Biafrans are determined to become a free and independent sovereign state. The government is also bringing forth the plight of Biafrans to the public domain, together with the neighboring alliances who have since become victims of ethnic cleansing in the heart of Nigeria. As we all witnessed what happened in the old Delta community of Biafra territory, the Nigerian military went there and opened fire on civilians, slaughtering them without provocation. This is the highest level of open terrorism against innocent civilians. Issuing asylum support documents after thorough investigation and interviews of application for the asylum seekers. Please also make sure that when you're applying for asylum, you have all the information readily and available. We are not here to sabotage the international process, so please make sure that when you are seeking asylum, you are genuine, you have an ongoing case. You cannot just come and take advantage of the government when you do not actually have any serious cause for seeking asylum. So please make sure that you come genuine, provide your documents, and then will be able to help you to get what you are looking for. And then we move up to government. We want to refresh our mind. Times most of us forget how far we have come in this government, what we have done, what we have achieved. So I think we think it's very, very important that from time to time we remind our citizens of our progress so far. As you all know, the Biafra Republic government in exile was established exactly almost over a year ago, and currently they have over 200, or rather we have over 200, including liaison officers and other government official representatives. The government also voted and democratically elected our prime minister in the name of Mazi H.E., our Obatobio one of Biafra land, Simon Ekpa. The government has global representatives in Africa, America, Asia, Australia, Europe, and the United Kingdom. So the government, it's all over the world. We are being represented in all the continents of the world. The government currently has 43 departments, including its ministries. The government, through Biafrans in diaspora, has established liaison offices across the globe. So please, if you have not, if your region is yet to establish a liaison office, please, it is for your best interest that you facilitate that government initiative, because that office is going to serve you and nobody else. And like the Prime Minister has categorically mentioned, that will automatically be converted to our embassy. So the foundation starts now with the liaison office. However you want the services in your area to flourish, it hands now to make that liaison how you want it to look. Continue to have more liaison offices established across the globe. The government established also the de facto government in homeland after a vote of confidence was passed on the leaders of the old Eastern region. So by doing so, all the governors, all the Nigerian representatives, Biafra territory, are now illegitimate, and they are now acting on the illegal basis in Biafra territory. Also, the de facto government, they have state administrators, executives, and they were appointed by the government. We also adopted 3 religions, namely the Christianity, Jewish, and traditional religion. The government has established the Bank of Biafra, of which everybody is aware. Please, if you have not also signed up for the USBT, and if you don't know how to go about it, please follow the video that has been shared to educate you on how to go about the Biafra coin, the purchase of the Biafra coin. The government also established a citizens database called the Biafra Security Administration. The government has introduced a digital currency called Ijema, which we know the Biafra coin. The government has adopted the Charter of the Confederating States of Biafra. This charter is like a start to our constitutions, which has given us the grounds and the foothold to establish and to carry out our activities as a government organization legitimately. The government also has an active economic viability. They are working on the economic viability of Biafra upon independence. In line with the charter, the government unveiled the Biafra Liberation Forces, which includes the Biafra Liberation Army, the Resistance Fighters, the Air Force, the Nations League Alliance, the Coastal Region. We must continue to fund them. We must continue to make sure that they are being provided with every assets of defense mechanism that they need at their disposal. In line with the charter, the government launched the identification management, which of course is the issuance of the ID card, which is now the application, as we all know, is currently ongoing. In line with the charter, the government kickstarted the delegitimization of Nigerian institutions from its territories. They continue to demonstrate their unrelenting commitment and support to the government by embarking on government initiatives called civil disobedience at home on a weekly basis. This led to invalidation of Nigeria Biafrans in the last February 25th, 2023 presidential elections, where on record over 70 million out of over 70 million Biafrans, 24 million registered to vote, and as a result of the Biafra government initiatives not to participate in the fraudulent elections, in the election process, only about 4 million Biafrans voted for that election. The government welcomed new states into the union, which has resulted in an ongoing update of the Biafra map. As we Biafra has welcomed now to 40 states of Biafra, which has been made known, and I believe that going forward, everybody must have familiarized themselves with the name of their states. Please do so, especially when you're coming to the convention. It is very, very important that you know your state, so that when you come here, we're going to join those who will be representing their states to do so. We have also, of course, kickstarted the referendum, the e-voting initiated by the government, to allow Biafra people to decide where they wish to belong. So this is self-referendum. It's a very easy process. Just go online, following the link. The links can be found at the Prime Minister's Twitter handle, and also the Government in Exile Twitter handle, and the media platforms as well. So please go there, make your intentions known. Do you wish to have an independent state? Biafra is very simple, and the process is made so easy that you will not stress yourself. We also have a 10-year world-class strategic plan, sustainability and development, which has already been unveiled last year. And those that are in those departments are working tirelessly to ensure that upon declaration that is into action. We adopted the name the United States of Biafra as a result of the welcome states, which are now 40 in total. It was necessary to give it a more profound and accommodating name, which is the United States of Biafra. The government is currently as well seeking for recognition, as our Prime Minister has. We're in that phase whereby we are now seeking for international allies to recognize our government, because we have done everything necessary to attain state recognition. We have fulfilled all the requirements that are mandated according to the international law to attain state recognition. The government officially communicated to the United Nations, to the EU and USA the plight of Biafrans, formation of the government, its role, and administering of governance to the Biafra people. The Nigerian government, of course, is well aware of the activities of the Biafra Republic government in exile, but it's unfortunate that they do not understand the laws that guide the international politics. They act in their ignorance. They believe in what they believe in. They only know the colonial master's way of governance. Nigerians have never actually tested what it means to have a working government that speaks for them. So unfortunately, when you talk of governance, they can act in a very, very distorted manner. They go as well as they go as far as rather declaring that our prime minister is a wanted man, which is very, very laughable. If only they could see what we see from our own end, they will understand that the game is over. And the earlier they understand that Biafra is here, the better and good for all citizens of Africa. Biafra was represented by the Chief of Staff during the International Women's World Peace Summit that was held in South Korea. The Prime Minister, on behalf of the Biafra people, was honored with an award as an ambassador of peace by the Universal Peace Federation. In one hand, the Universal Peace Federation is recognizing our Prime Minister as an ambassador of peace, and on the other hand, the terrorist government is placing a bounty on our Prime Minister as a wanted man, which is very, very laughable once again. The government went into alliance with several organizations, including Ambazonia, the Middle Belt, and the Oduduwa Republic, as we know. Like our Prime Minister has said in the past, the Ambazonia is a very, very key strategic alliance because that was one of the areas where the food blockade, or rather the areas where they used for the food blockade during the 1967 to 1970 genocide. The government was honored with a certificate of recognition in support to the Israel Defense Forces through its representative in Israel. The government, through its foreign ministry, offers asylum, of course, to Biafrans across the world, which is one of the key responsibilities of a government institution. The Biafra Liberation Forces have continued to counter aggression and terrorism from the Islamic State of Nigeria. The current liberation of Biafra has gathered the highest momentum in the history of Biafra liberation on the international stage. As you all are aware, we are now coming out in the media spaces. Journalists are now reaching out, wanting to know what is happening because this is the right time. And if not for what we have done, how we have composed ourselves diligently in what we are doing, relentlessly in what we are doing, and we are well focused and eyes on the ball at all times. Because of these things, the world is now noticing us, and it's going to keep happening this way until the declaration of the restoration of Biafra. Biafra has emerged the strongest force in combating the upsurge of terrorism within the artificial Nigeria and West Africa at large. Currently, we also organizing offices in the following locations. We have an organizing office in Australia, we have in Austria, we have in Belgium, we have in Canada, we have in Finland, we have in France, we have in Germany, and Biafra Lysin, of course, in Greece is still under the process of finalization. Same goes to the Biafra Lysin in Ireland. It's still ongoing in its final processes. We have Biafra Lysin in Israel. We have in Italy. We have in Japan. We have in Netherlands. We have Korea, Republic of Korea. We have in Sweden. We have in South Africa. And in Spain, we have in Spain, and of course, the United Kingdom as well. Thank you very much, and that is it.
vote and adopted the establishment of the Biafra State Police. We've been able to unveil the Biafra National ID card. We have also kickstarted the Biafra self-referendum. All these things happening simultaneously within just 1 year plus. And not only that, we've also activated and unveiled the Biafra coin. We have been able to also vote on the establishment of Bank of Biafra. We voted on the Federal Reserve, which will later, as will be contemplated, will later be called the Confederate Reserve, since we are practicing the Confederation, a Confederate state. We've been able to achieve all this, making sure that Biafra struggle is not only just a struggle, but the nation becomes reality. And on this note, we've been able to move the liberation of Biafra from awareness to a realistic restoration. For this realistic restoration, since we have been able to conquer the airspace, the airwave of Biafra, as being confessed by the Janjaweed terrorist army chief, we are now taking it to the global level, to the global stage. The global stage in the sense that the US Congress, United Nations, European Union level, that is our next target. And that's exactly what we are doing. We've already started that. Not that alone, we have also moving straight to getting recognition from many countries. That particular recognition is already on the pipeline. And we are expected to get at least 5 recognition before the declaration of Biafra, coming later this year, November, December. And I want everybody to understand that what we are doing today is something that God has ordained. No spirit, no man will stop Biafra from becoming an independent state this year. I want you to understand that this independent state is not going to happen just a one-time declaration. What we are going to do is the declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra. And then after that, we start the process of defending it. The defense of this Biafra nation is not going to happen in 1 day. It may not happen in 3 months. It may not even happen in 1 year. It may not even happen in 2 years. But the process will begin immediately the pronouncement of the declaration of the restoration of Biafra here in Finland, as will be also consented by many delegates coming from all over the world, including some of you from Austria. This particular roadmap and template we have followed, and this has worked for the Biafra government so far. I just want to take your mind a little bit back, how we started, where we are today. Today, we have been able to establish many liaison offices across the world, including in Austria. And we expect that these liaison officers and representatives of the Biafra Republic government in exile will increase as we forge ahead and get closer to the declaration of the restoration of independence state of Biafra this year. Everything we are doing today is only going to work for Biafra and not anybody else. We are not going to follow the path previous people or previous agitators has followed. We are also not going to follow the path that many other nations has followed that work for them. We have identified the roadmap that will work for Biafra, only for Biafra, considering the fact that Nigeria is a very, very dangerous and corrupt state with the complicity and a very dangerous diversity that have made everybody that dare to speak for the people a scapegoat and a target for assassination. We have been able to defeat the fear by embarking on numerous civil disobedience since the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. This particular civil disobedience that the Biafra government continue to push in Biafra territory has further shown and confirmed the delegitimization of Nigeria within Biafra land. Today, we are proving to the world, when the time comes, the evidences are there, that Biafra people have lost confidence in anything Nigeria. That Biafra people have chosen only the Biafra Republic government in exile as the only legitimate government that speak for them and fight for their interests. Any negotiation in any level and anywhere that Biafra government is not involved can never stand. You can't negotiate one-sided and expect peace to reign. The only thing that we lay a very good background for lasting peace, if there should be peace at all, must involve the Biafra Republic government in exile on the table. And that only path to peace is considering the fact that Biafra Republic government in exile has organized the ongoing self-referendum. Ratification of this result will go a very long way in restoring peace and order for the good of those who may have business interests in Biafra territory. Ignoring the Biafra Republic government in exile democratic process will backfire. As it stands today, we are not just fighting for freedom, we are also fighting to preserve our life, our culture, and the right to live. It is no longer about just independence. No, we are now fighting for survival. We are facing extinction, annihilation, ethnic cleansing, genocide, sponsored by the Nigerian government, and being orchestrated and powered by the Nigerian terrorist army. Today, we have seen videos circulating on social media of the army having a badge that we are yet to confirm which country is that. We know that there are many mercenaries that have hired in the past. Most of those mercenaries were neutralized in Biafra territory as they come to kill our people. But today, the video that I have seen, which I am still investigating, shows there is a badge that looks like Hamas Palestinian badge, but I believe it may not be a Hamas badge. I believe it's one of those African neighboring countries. So it has come to the fact that a war has been brought to our doorstep. And those who will think that they are not going to support this Biafra today to defend our land against these invaders and murderers, you may be the next victim. It is the responsibility of every one of you, anywhere you are in the world today, to know that the only hope you have remains the Biafra Republic government in exile. And every other thing that comes with it, every other person that parade or group that parade themselves are free to do so, but must not interfere in the process that we have laid and the process we put on ground to see the restoration of independent state of Biafra starting from this year. I want everybody to understand that this struggle we left long time ago, and now liberation is a process that must be followed diligently, step by step. As we move forward to the global stage to put Biafra on a global discussion, we have also set the principle that is going to guide this step. We've also made sure that many contact has been established for the speed up of the recognition of Biafra government. And this process is ongoing. Not limited to using lobbyists, not limited to using international consultancy firm, not limited to using whatever mechanism and measures necessary and available to us to see the recognition of Biafra government in the few coming months. People of Biafra in Austria, you have been a very big part and very big player of what you see today, the success we've recorded today in the exile government. I remember when this whole thing started, it was as if the whole world have ended on the side of the Biafra people. We saw how the Nigerian government bragged why they've blindfolded Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Abuja, and every one of them were bragging and giving statement how Biafra hope has ended. They bragged that IPOB will no longer exist because there is something they know that many of you do not know. And that was the exposition that the so-called Chike Dozie made the other day. They said they have handed over the Eastern Security Network to governors and they are paying them. It is not a surprise because this is what we know. And there are many reasons. The decision we've taken today come with many, many reasons. The decision we took to make sure nobody will talk about Eastern Security Network again is something that is deeper than many of you can ever imagine. I remember when the Chief of Staff was sharing a message, a directive from me, that nobody should mention from today, that time, Eastern Security Network, or what we have now is Biafra Liberation Army. Many of these criminals use it to do propaganda. They say, you see it, they thought they have destroyed IPOB. Now, what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up, they want to destroy it. These are the people who, for the past 3 years, never talked anything about Eastern Security Network because they believe they succeeded in selling these young men to the governors in return for monetary compensation. And they never mentioned them. From year 1, year 2, everything was gone. All they did was to continue to expose the locations and camps of those they believe they knew who have turned against them when they know that these people have sold out. They did everything to, blackmail them and expose their location for them to be slaughtered like they slaughtered many people. They did not succeed. After 2.5 years, they came back again to tell you that is Eastern Security Network. Before then, we've already seen what many of you did not see. One, the reason why Eastern Security Network remain banned today is because they have sold out and they have given them to the Nigerian government. And for that reason, we will never allow them, that name, to be mentioned until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out. 2 is that for the fact that they are using the Eastern Security Network as a name to commit all manner of crimes and atrocities against our people, against their own colleagues, whom they trained together, died together, took oath together to preserve and defend our land. We see it as a sabotage of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because what they do is to use their name to commit crimes in order to put those crimes on the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as somebody who founded the founder of the Eastern Security Network. 3, because of the current situation of the justice system in Nigeria, where elephants can fly, we decided that anything that has to do with Eastern Security Network should be abolished to make sure nobody is using, in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, created it to carry out the liberation of Biafra. Today we have done that. And what we have today is what we call the Biafra Liberation Army. So whatever that is going on with the Biafra Liberation Army and the terrorist state police or state-sponsored uniformed men in Biafra land has nothing to do with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you see, the criminals continue to drag Eastern Security Network and IPOB to it. While we continue to do clarification that the Biafra government has unveiled the Biafra forces, defense forces, which have taken responsibility in making sure that those who come to kill our women and children like the young man usually do will not live to tell the story. Every day, they continue to tell these people to use Eastern Security Network. After 3 years, They came and gathered boys to snap pictures and snap videos and start sharing it on social media. And nobody was asking them. In 2021, when they say everybody should return their guns and their then gun, why did they do so? In 2022, none of these people talked about Eastern Security Network. In 2023, none of them talked about Eastern Security Network. What were they doing? Because it never existed. They thought they have sold everything, and those who know what was going on from the beginning immediately turned to autopilot. And they begin to expose them. They say, oh, say Hutokwa, ESN don't have camp there. Kigwe, ESN don't have, where they begin to point camps where the original Eastern Security Network has turned their back on them. Today, they did not succeed. We have fortified men with modern, sophisticated weapons to fight, and they have metamorphosed to Biafra Liberation Army. And by next October, November, December, it is no longer going to be just Liberation Army. That will become the full-fledged Biafra Army. And that's where we are going. But before then, wonders will happen in Nigeria. We are not backing down. And if you listen to the national anthem of Biafra, there is a lot of deep message from the national anthem you just listened to. And like I said, this gun that we are picking up to defend our land can never ever go down until Biafra is defended and become an independent state. I want everybody to understand that we are not just living in the present, we are living in the future. While others were castigating, waiting for Biafra to fall, we plan ahead of them. Today, we have secured our land, others are being butchered. But during this time, the criminals that was piloting the affair of Biafra before was busy castigating every step we made. I want you to ask yourself today, especially those of you in Austria, if we follow the path that you have followed, where are we going to be today? What will be the fate of the people you left behind back home? What will be the fate of your communities? Considering the killings, ethnic cleansing, jihadist movement happening across Nigeria, you think that Biafra land would have been an exception? The answer is no. But as I'm speaking to you today, the cloud is gathering in Biafra land. The terrorist has come, and they are waiting for every opportunity to discredit what we are doing by attacking a certain community. And we are watching them. Because the next thing now is that you will see that this community has been attacked and people are butchered. They will say, oh, where is the Biafra Liberation Army? I thought you would say you have army. Believe me, before you make any move against this Biafra, we know. And when we let it happen, we let it happen for a purpose. And we're waiting for that propaganda to start. But before then, you will receive message from us, a very, very sound message, which is coming. I want everybody to understand that we are not sleeping. The way enemy is not sleeping, they are not sleeping, is the same way we are not sleeping. I no longer sleep. And I will not sleep so long as God continue to give me the strength to continue to stay awake, to make sure that every step enemy is taking, we are taking times 100 ahead of them, waiting for them to make a move. So there is no sleep in our eyes these days. I want you to understand, as we are not sleeping, they are also not sleeping. I welcome all of you. Thank you for inviting me to Austria. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, the unveiling of our currency and the unveiling of our digital satellite and radio and all these other things. Do you think the speed is not too much?
Well, anybody that is talking about speed with me is making a mistake, because there is no speed that I run today that is too much. We have been fighting this Biafra since 1967. So it is not when we started, it is not when IPOB started, it is not when Mossab started, it is not when BZM or whatever started, it is not when they started. We started since 1967. And the struggle continued after that. So when you look at it, you find out that it is over 50 years. The killing that led to the declaration of Biafra did not stop. In fact, after the declaration of no vanquish, no victor, no vanquish, which was a scam, the killings systematically increased. It is not only about the killing now, the political disenfranchisement, marginalization, ethnic cleansing, and what have you. Then it was in the north. Now it is no longer in the north. They have brought it back to our own land. The killing is now happening in our own land. What led to the declaration of Biafra was the pogrom against Biafra people in the north. Basically, it didn't happen in Biafra soil, right? But it happened in the northern part of Nigeria. Today, it is not just in the northern part, but it is happening in our own land. So that is to show you how advanced the whole thing has been from that time till now. That these people are coming with weapons, with machete, to kill our people, chop up their head, destroy their intestine and all that in our own face, right before us. So there is a need for something to be done as fast as possible. And if you think that I'm running over speed, this is not even over speed, because believe me, if Biafra have responded the way they responded during Mazen Nnamdi Kanu Yendu, by now, not you will be, I don't know where, I believe me, by now everybody will be there will be an exodus. I am telling you the fact. If we had the resources that they had when they were paying $80,000 every month to some stupid scammers in the United States who call themselves lobbyists, if we have it now, that particular resources now, believe me, in the next 5 months, there will be an exodus of Biafrans from Europe, from America. I am telling you the fact. If we have the resources that they had when they were paying $60,000 to Allen White every month, in the next 5 months, there will be an exodus of Biafrans. Believe me. So when you see what is happening now with the limited resources we have, a lot of people see it as speed. How can you compare what is happening now to over 50 years of subjugation, where many groups have come to shout Biafra only to get themselves enriched, where many people have come to shout Biafra only to become kingmakers and abandon Biafra? When they do that, they become kingmakers, they become part of the decision makers, they begin to choose those who will win election in Biafra land and those who will not win election in Biafra land. And they continue to say Biafra, Biafra. Some of them even have people they give uniform and they are guiding them. They still say they are fighting for Biafra. So in these years that Biafra people have seen hell in Nigeria, nothing. There is nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. There is no roadmap. You know, some people carry fire. They were running up and down. They say, where is your roadmap? Where is your roadmap? Where is your, you know, can they now come now and ask me, where is my roadmap? Can they now come and ask Biafra government?
You know, some people carry fire.
Yeah, so they can then now come and ask Biafra government, where is your roadmap? The point is that, like Mazen Nnamdi Kanu said, he prayed to God in Israel. Please, somebody is making noise. And God told him that when the time comes, he will send men. So it is something that is very, very deep. And when this time comes, the speed you see now, it should have been more faster. But because Nigeria, with the agent within IPOB, did a lot of damage unexpectedly. Like nobody envisioned what happened. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. So after when that thing happened, the Nigerian government believed that now it is the end. Everybody saw how they bragged. They were even giving press statement in Hausa language so that we will not understand what was said. It happened. The heaven did not fall. Malami gave a press statement when something that has to do with the entire people who call themselves Nigerian.
That's correct.
And the people were addressed in Hausa. Do you understand Hausa language? How many people understand Hausa? You know, so this is a pure celebration of the end of Biafra to us. But you know, God said, when the time comes, I will send men. And when he was captured, that was that time that God told him, the time is now that I have raised men to come. Immediately he was captured, God raised men. All of you here are part of those people and those men that God raised. Because without you, there is nothing, this speed you are talking about will not be there. So God have used each and every one of you. Even if you have put 1 naira, you are part of this movement. You are part of this speed you are talking about. So, my brother, this speed is not enough. It is not what I wanted to be more. I want this speed to be a rocket. And we are still getting there. Because let me tell you, you know how the agent, you know, they like blackmail, they like propaganda. We don't do propaganda. Our own is practical. And one thing is this, in a freedom fighting like this, there are certain things we are making public. The reason why we make this in public is so our people who their brain has been damaged because of the system, corrupt system, and the complicity of Nigeria will start to think. Otherwise, we're not supposed to be shouting on social media. You know, sometimes there are some certain things we do. And the reason we do it is to tell the people that something is happening. And without that, they will not show up. Because we understand the mentality that Nigeria have inflicted on our people. So you need to prove beyond reasonable doubt as a criminal case for your people to actually know that you are indeed really wanting to liberate them. So we go and do something what we shouldn't have been doing on social media. Because when you look at other people fighting for freedom, you see the unification of the people, you see the unity in them, you see that everybody wants freedom, even when you are not doing it the way they want. But for the fact that you are shouting there is a freedom unit, everybody will join you. But in our own, no, not like that. The people who claim to be fighting for the freedom will tell you that instead you get this freedom, let everybody die. That is to show you that people who have been shouting this freedom were not actually fighting for freedom. It is something every other person have done in the past. Anybody that wants freedom, you don't need to go and start telling the person that is going to get it or saying he's going to get the freedom. Instead, he will get the freedom, let everybody die. It means you never fought for freedom from the beginning. It means that all the thing you were doing was not actually for freedom. And somebody told me in confidence that they have observed the freedom, the agitation for the Biafra freedom, and every other thing that was happening was just a political pressure group, which I have consistently said on social media, that these people are political pressure group. And that was why I gave them the name IPOB Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was caught in the cobweb of these people. They used him, they used his position very, very well for their own benefit. Many of them used him to get connection to the governors. Many of them used him to get connection to the commissioners. Many of them used him to expand their criminality within Biafra territory. This is what is happening. And he knew, but the way out was a problem. You know, there is a way you find yourself in the midst of problem. you want to play along until God will do magic. That was actually what happened. Because he cannot have these people and still be looking for 100 men. It was not hidden. But how will it happen? He doesn't know. And for the fact that he has made a lot of I am telling you, because this is somebody I have had meeting one-on-one several times where none of these people were part of this meeting. And I know what we discussed before we meet the people we're meeting. So, you know, there is this, when you lose a lot of things in what you are doing, instead of losing everything, you will want to hang on there and wait for the right time to come when God will intervene and things will take its shape. That actually will happen. Unfortunately, he got kidnapped. And when I was making exposition, I told Biafrans, there are people who betrayed him on afterthought. Afterthought betrayal. It does not necessarily mean that they were part of the planning to kidnap him in Kenya. But after the kidnap, they took the advantage. It becomes afterthought. Based on the event that was unfolding, based on some certain decisions or directive he gave, they become a violence against him. So they took the turn and joined those who actually participated in planning the kidnap. So there are different categories of betrayal in this one. So we need this speed you talked about in order to cover over 50 years since 1999, after the 1970, we suffered till 1999 when Wazirike started, and there was nothing to show for it. So we need to cover those things that they did not do, which we are doing now. The structure of government, you cannot be fighting for freedom and you have people who don't know what to do, who don't know how to represent you in international level, who are not presentable, who does not meet any requirement criteria of a state manhood. That there is not just 0.1 person in this whole IPOB that parade themselves at the leadership. Which one person will go and say, I am representing you, and he will be regarded as a statesman? Just mention one person. That is none. And these are the things that decision makers in international community look at. Is it the people that are going to control the nation? Nobody is going to listen to you. And that's why because they know that they were not actually fighting for Biafra. I am saying this thing now in details. I may even say it more when our satellite will be on air. Because they thought that we are not broadcasting again and all that. But I don't know that we are still coming. We will come with it to quake. The broadcast that is coming now is going to hit the zoo like earthquake, because everything is set, every structure is set, everything from the de facto to the Biafra government in exile to the defense forces to the Biafra Justice Ministry to the next we are hitting on air now is the aviation ministry, the Biafra aviation. I am telling you, you don't know what is coming. We will scatter this whole thing and build it again, and we are going to become one of the best countries, especially the civilization will begin from Biafra in Africa. I am telling you the fact. So everybody should just watch. There is nothing we do today that is over speed. It is something that needed to have been done since many years when this whole thing started, and nobody did it. So we want to take our time. So when you see this speed going, we are taking time to do it. Believe me, we're taking time. When you see it happening now, it has been a very long time from the beginning coming. So we're just putting those things together, those things together. And now that we have finished with the structure of the government, what you are going to be seeing in the next few coming weeks or months is the lobbies of the Biafra government in exile. You are going to see Biafra being discussed at the Congress. You are going to see the recognition of Biafra government. Those things that people were asking, where is the lobbies? You are going to see it now.
Understand? And that's all for it. Now they can say any day he shifts from this particular position, we should fight against him. We're not going to fight against him. We'll address him and advise him. So we are saying today, we stand by the truth. All those people that are fighting against Biafra, why they are in IPOB, whether you're under security, whether you're in IPOB, whether you're under the elders, whichever way you are, to go to Gadiama. Brunya Patwana and now to go to Gadiama. You look for Yana and now to go to Gadiama. Would you take care of a Tibuquayo? I don't have a Tibuquayo. Will it be about Tibuquayo?